wrong. And it's
Yes.
Do I have a motion to return to open session?
Second.
Ms. Franklin and Dr. Roundtree, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Franklin,
yes.
Dr. Gitchery,
Yes.
Ms. Parton,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell,
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to certify closed session that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Roberts and Dr. Roundtree, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Franklin,
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery,
Yes.
Ms. Parton,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell,
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to long-term suspend student A?
So moved. Second.
Ms. Franklin and Mr. Roberts, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Franklin,
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery,
Yes.
Ms. Parton,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell,
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to long-term suspend student B?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Roberts and Dr. Roundtree, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Franklin,
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery,
Yes.
Ms. Parton,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell,
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel report as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Roberts and Dr. Roundtree, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Franklin,
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery,
Yes.
Ms. Parton,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell,
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Next, we will have the small saxophone choir from Shawsville Middle School with us tonight for the national anthem with director Rachel Colby. And now one of our saxophonists, Emilio Rivera Garcia, is going to read our mission and belief statement. Thank you so much, Emilio.
MCPS is an innovative educational community. We value diversity and we are committed to equity and inclusion. MCPS empowers learners to realize success is an ever-changing global society through collaboration with communities, families, staff, and students. MCPS provides a safe, engaging learning environment and international exposure to positive social, emotional, and academic experiences. All students can learn in order to pursue their dreams. Schools are safe places of joy, wonder, and creativity. Every person deserves to be loved, valued, and respected. Kindness is an essential skill of a responsible, productive community member. The diversity of our community is one of the greatest strengths. All people deserve equitable access and opportunities and resources. Every child deserves an advocate. Honoring the voices of students and other stakeholders strengthens the school community. Open communication and feedback are vital to our growth. Learning and teaching are collective efforts that begin at birth and involve the entire community. Relationships building and high expectations are foundational to student success.
Thank you so much, Emilio. Now we'll move on to our honors, awards, and recognitions. And the school board would like now to recognize one of our board members, Penny Franklin, for 25 years of continuous service on the Montgomery County School Board. I will now read a resolution to honor Ms. Franklin, who's a recipient of the Virginia School Boards Association Quarter Century Award. Whereas Penny Franklin has devoted over 25 years of continuous service to the Montgomery County School Board, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to the students, families, employees, and community she proudly serves. And whereas the Virginia School Board Association, VSBA, recognized Penny Franklin with the prestigious Quarter Century Award during the annual convention in Williamsburg, Virginia, honoring her remarkable legacy of dedication, leadership, and service to public education. And whereas throughout her tenure, Penny Franklin has worked tirelessly to ensure that every student is represented, heard, valued, and provided meaningful opportunities to succeed, championing policies and practices that reflect the diverse voices and needs of Montgomery County Public Schools. And whereas she has been a consistent and thoughtful advocate for school personnel, including teachers, administrators, and classified employees, recognizing that those who serve students every day deserve strong support, respect, and a voice in the work of the division. And whereas her steady leadership, thoughtful questions, and belief in collaborative governance have strengthened the board's work and modeled integrity for others, as reflected in her words of wisdom to new board members and aspiring leaders. Don't be afraid to ask questions, make sure you have all the information you want, and need to make decisions, and it's okay to disagree. Underscoring her conviction that informed dialogue and respectful disagreement lead to better outcomes for students. And whereas Penny Franklin was honored alongside fellow dedicated board members from across the Commonwealth, all recognized for over 25 years of service to public education, and whereas her quarter century of service reflects not only longevity, but heart, perseverance, and a steadfast belief in the power of public education to change lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County School Board hereby extends its deepest appreciation and heartfelt congratulations to Penny Franklin for her over 25 years of exemplary service. And be it further resolved that the board expresses its gratitude for her advocacy on behalf of students and employees, her commitment to equity and representation, and her enduring dedication to the success and future of Montgomery County Public Schools. And be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the official minutes of the Montgomery County School Board, and that a copy be presented to Penny Franklin as a lasting tribute to her extraordinary contributions to public education and to the community she has faithfully served. If there is no objection, the board will present this resolution honoring Ms. Franklin for 25 years of service. adopted this third day of February 2026.
Okay, we've got a lot of real important people we need to talk to tonight and recognize, so let's move on with
We've
this.
got a couple more things. We now have a video that we would like to show for Miss Franklin. Sorry.
No, I was just saying let's move on, but I forgot. Go ahead.
No, we're not moving on just yet. I'm sorry. We have a video we'd like to show for Miss Franklin featuring some MCPS students and staff.
There's a lot of people on the school board and they represent different schools in different areas. The person who represents our school, her name is Penny Franklin. Everybody say that. Penny Franklin. She's a wonderful lady. She's been to visit our school a lot. I know her personally. I love her. She makes great decisions for us. And she has been on the school board now 25 years. That's a lot. 25 years. Can you imagine? How old are you? 7. And she's been on there for 25 years making important decisions for us to make us safe, to make sure we're learning everything we can, to make sure our school is the very best it can. So I think that she deserves a thank you from us. What do you think? Okay, so I want everybody to look right there, and I want you on the count of 3 to say, thank you, Miss Franklin. Can you do that? 1, 2, wait, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Miss Franklin.
Hey, Ms. Franklin, just want to say a huge congratulations to your 25 years of service on the Montgomery County School Board. We just so appreciate all of your dedication and everything you've done for the students here and the families in the community, and also for just helping to push this project forward that we have here at Christiansburg High School. It's been a long time coming, and I know you being a native of Christiansburg and being a part of the old building, this really means a lot to you as well. So just thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin, for your dedication and hard work to all of us students.
Congratulations on 25 years with MCPS.
On behalf of the entire Bellevue community, we would like to thank Ms. Franklin for 25 years of dedicated service on our school board.
Congratulations, Ms. Franklin, on 25 years of service to MCPS and our school communities.
Thank you, Miss Franklin!
Ms. Franklin, you have been a steady supporter of our students, teachers, and families, always working to make Bellevue a better place to learn and grow. Your commitment and care has touched so many lives. Your hard work and heart for the Christiansburg community have made a real and lasting difference.
Congratulations! Thanks for all you do!
Our students are much better off for having you serve on our board.
We really appreciate all that you do for not just Bellevue, but for the whole county. Thank you so much for your service.
We love you.
We do. We love you. That's great. We love you.
Congratulations!
Congratulations, Ms. Franklin, on 25 years of serving our community and area. We are very thankful for you and all you have done for the Christiansburg community.
Thank you for everything you've done and continue to do for our community.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin, for all that you do!
Thank you, Ms. Franklin, for everything you've done for us here at Christiansburg Primary School and Montgomery County as a whole for the past 25 years.
Congratulations on 25 years! Thanks for all you do!
Yeah, Penny!
Is that it?
Next, we would like to present Ms. Franklin with this award in recognition of her years of service and dedication to the students, staff, and families of Montgomery County Public Schools. Thank you, Ms. Franklin. You give her a hand.
So I would just like to thank all of you and all the citizens of District B and all the folks in Montgomery County who have supported me throughout the years. And I hope to continue to do the best job I can to support our community because our schools are the base of that community. So thank you.
Dr. Gimple and I are going to step down so that we can celebrate our teachers, and Dr. Roundtree will take over.
So we're presenting our Teachers of the Year Award, and Dr. Amanda Widener, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, will begin our recognition for the 2025-2026 Teachers of the Year. This is a recognition, no action item is required. And Ms. Purcell and Dr. Gimple will be right around. We'll wait for them.
School board members, Dr. Gimple, student representatives, and I want to start off by saying first, congratulations, Ms. Franklin. Thank you for your years of dedication and service. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to recognize our Teachers of the Year. All public and accredited non-public schools in Virginia are invited to participate in the Mary V. Bucavaris Virginia Teacher of the Year program, which honors and celebrates educators who exemplify excellence in teaching across the Commonwealth and the nation. This program provides school divisions with an important opportunity to recognize outstanding teachers and to shine a positive spotlight on education and the teaching profession. The program is open to educators in pre-kindergarten through grade 12, including classroom teachers, school librarians, school counselors, and reading specialists. Candidates for Teacher of the Year are educators who are dedicated, skilled, and knowledgeable, and who plan to continue in an active teaching role. Teachers selected for this honor are respected and admired by students, parents, and colleagues. They play meaningful roles within their schools and communities and demonstrate the ability to inspire a love of learning in students of all backgrounds and abilities. At this time, we are proud to recognize the Teachers of the Year from each Montgomery County school. Joining us this evening is Mr. Patrick Moran from Horace Mann, who generously provides a beautiful glass apple for each of our honorees. And I will ask Mr. Mann to come forward at this time. Mr. Moran. For our teachers being recognized tonight, when I call your name, please come forward, and you're welcome to bring guests with you to take photos as we celebrate this well-deserved recognition. We're going to start with our elementary Teachers of the Year, so Dr. Ann Mitchell is also here who will assist with distributing our certificates. And I will begin with our Teacher of the Year for Auburn Elementary School, 4th grade teacher Rachel Larkin.
This is about you.
Our Teacher of the Year for Bellevue Elementary School is special education teacher Katie Newman. Our Teacher of the Year for Christiansburg Primary School is 1st grade teacher Morgan Wells. Our Teacher of the Year for Christiansburg Elementary School is 3rd grade teacher Sarah Hine. Our Teacher of the Year for Eastern Montgomery Elementary School is second grade teacher Teresa Sykes. The Teacher of the Year for Falling Branch Elementary School is librarian Summer Cox Chong. However, Summer could not be here tonight, but we want to congratulate her anyway. Our Teacher of the Year for Gilbert Lincas Elementary School, second grade teacher Jackie Hodge, also could not be here tonight, but we want to congratulate her. Our Teacher of the Year for Harding Avenue Elementary School is third grade teacher Daniel Bingaman. Our Teacher of the Year for Kipps Elementary School is physical education teacher Richard Peters. Our Teacher of the Year for Margaret Beeks Elementary School is Lily A.G., reading specialist. Our Teacher of the Year for Price's Fork Elementary School is reading specialist Leslie Hunter. We will move on to our secondary teachers, and to help with the distribution of certificates, Dr. Lori Comer, the Director of Secondary, will come forward. We'll begin with Auburn Middle School, and I'm not sure she's here tonight, but Keisha Belcher, the business education teacher, is the Teacher of the Year for Auburn Middle School, and I don't think I saw her tonight. Our Teacher of the Year for Blacksburg Middle School is sixth grade social studies teacher Tracy Goforth. Our Teacher of the Year for Christiansburg Middle School is band teacher and director Sharon Anderson. Our Teacher of the Year for Shawsville Middle School is eighth grade science teacher Jack Rawls. Our Teacher of the Year for Auburn High School is School Counselor Elizabeth Weaver. Our Teacher of the Year for Christiansburg High School is Mathematics Teacher Jody Verkua. Our Teacher of the Year for Eastern Montgomery High School is English Teacher James Hill. I don't know that he made it tonight, so we want to congratulate him. And our Teacher of the Year for Montgomery Central also could not be here for tonight, Special Education Teacher Jeremy Jackson. Virginia Division Superintendents are invited to nominate one outstanding teacher for state-level consideration as part of the Mary V. Bucvivaris Virginia Teacher of the Year program. These individuals will then be considered for Regional Teacher of the Year awards, and the Virginia Teacher of the Year will be selected from among these 8 Regional Teachers of the Year. Our school division's Teacher of the Year has submitted a portfolio to the Virginia Department of Education for consideration. Before I announce the MCPS Teacher of the Year, I want to say a few words about him so you understand why he was selected for this honor. He is a teacher whose practice is rooted in purposeful connection to students, learning, community, and a global world. From the very first day of school, he creates an immersive, inclusive classroom environment where students feel known, valued, and empowered to take intellectual risks. Through intentional and thoughtful instructional design, he ensures that all students, regardless of background, ability, or prior experience, are active participants in rigorous, engaging, and meaningful learning. He encourages students to see themselves as communicators and collaborators. This emphasis on affirmation, shared responsibility, and joyful engagement lowers barriers to learning and results in remarkable student confidence and growth. Beyond the classroom, he has made a profound impact by connecting students to their school, local community, and a greater global context. Whether through international collaborations, cultural exchanges, or authentic interactions with native speakers, he extends learning far beyond lesson plans. These experiences deepen students' cultural awareness, global citizenship, and sense of purpose, which are directly aligned with the mission of public education in Virginia. At this time, I am honored to recognize and announce the MCPS Teacher of the Year is Mr. Jonathan Marie, French teacher at Blacksburg High School.
All right, so now we're going to recognize our seniors of the month. Dr. Lori Kummer, Director of Secondary Education, will start our presentation for seniors of the month. This is a presentation, no action is required.
Good evening, Vice Chair Roundtree, Chair Purcell, school board members, and Dr. Gimple. It is my pleasure to recognize our February seniors of the month. Tonight, we pause to acknowledge these students who exemplify the highest standards of Montgomery County Public Schools. These seniors have distinguished themselves through their scholarship, leadership, service, and character, and through their positive contributions to their school and to the broader community. We will hear some remarks from those that nominated these outstanding students. We will begin with Mr. Hurd from Auburn High School, followed by Mr. Stewart, principal from Blacksburg High, Mr. Gwynn, principal from Christiansburg High, and we will conclude with Mr. Matt McDaniel, the assistant principal from EMHS. At this time, I welcome Mr. David Hurd to come forward for this presentation.
Members of the board, good evening. Dr. Gimple, Ms. Osborne. The February Senior of the Month for Auburn High School is Anna Silva Juarez. At this time, if Anna could join me at the front, and her family. Anna has been an excellent student and member of the Auburn High School community since the time she's been there. She's been a club officer for the FBLA and the Young Democrats, a member of the National Honor Society, the Beta Club, and the Bible Club. She's also the founder and president of the Latino Student Alliance and at Auburn High School, a club that she created just this year with other Latino students about their culture. Her innovation and forward thinking is appreciated by all. Her counselor said of her that Anna is one of the most driven, compassionate, hardworking, and genuinely kind students I've had the pleasure of working with in my 32 years as a school counselor. Having worked part-time while in school, Anna's ability to balance her schedule, which also includes numerous extracurricular activities, leaves me inspired. I've had the wonderful privilege of getting to know Anna best through her participation in leadership with Auburn High School's inaugural mentor program. She's been an integral student leader, training future mentors, collaborating to coordinate important outreach events such as tours for rising 8th grade students and the Auburn High School Club Fair, informing and encouraging connections for all Auburn High School students. Anna is determined to reach her goal of being a neurosurgeon. She's setting the stage for greatness through participation in job shadow and summer internships with Carillion, and is working toward earning her CNA this year. Anna's received early admission at Radford University and Virginia Tech. Her choices and future are as bright as her personality, and she will be missed upon graduation at Auburn High School. Congratulations, Anna.
Good evening, members of the board. Dr. Gimple. It is my privilege to recognize the Blacksburg High School Senior of the Month. This evening, I'd like to recognize Sophia Winder as the February Senior of the Month. I'd like to invite Sophia and her family up to join me as I read a brief statement from one of our staff members. As a senior, Sophia consistently demonstrates dedication and responsibility in everything she does. Sophia is hardworking and conscientious, always going above and beyond to produce quality work and support peers. She approaches every task with mindfulness and integrity, setting a positive example for others to follow. She is currently the president of the FCCLA, displaying skill and genuine commitment to the student organization. Congratulations, Sophia.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Gimple. It is my pleasure to introduce the February Senior of the Month for Christiansburg High School as Miss Addison Meekum. Addison, could you come up with your family, please? When asking some of her teachers to describe Addison, they said, Addison has an unparalleled academic drive and possesses exceptional leadership skills across various disciplines. One of Addison's teachers shared that working with her has been a highlight of his career, noting that her presence in the classroom, both as a student and as an individual, has left a truly lasting impression on him. Addison is recognized as an analytical marvel who deeply engages with complex political theories and primary sources. Her teachers also highlight her as a fantastic student and musician who has served as a valuable and hardworking member of the band for 4 years. She is one who is entirely focused on the task at hand, has a passion for learning, and possesses the mantra of always working to be better. Beyond the classroom, she demonstrates remarkable resilience in her training and competing on the girls' cross country and indoor and outdoor track teams, overcoming several injuries but still performing at an extremely high level. Her leadership style is defined by humility and steady support, often leading by example and performing grunt duties alongside her teammates. Addison's dedication is further evidenced by her numerous academic honors. She also balances her rigorous schedule with extensive community service through the Beta Club and Montgomery County Emergency Assistance Program, working to be a key contributor and positive role model in the Christiansburg community. In essence, Addison has the it factor and has left a monumental footprint on CHS, her teachers, peers, and administrative team. Addison plans to attend a military service academy where she will earn a Bachelor's of Science before commissioning as a military officer. And she just told me this evening she received acceptance to all 3 major military institutions. So congratulations, Addison. You're welcome.
Good evening, members of the school board, Dr. Gimple. It is an honor to be here this evening to recognize the February Senior of the Month for Eastern Montgomery High School, Colton Connor. Colton is here with his family, and I ask them to come forward at this time. Colton was nominated by the EMHS leadership team for this honor. His name has continuously come up as an overall great student throughout his time at EMHS. Our leadership team teachers report that he embodies all of the positive traits that you want in a student. He is hardworking and inquisitive in class. He is caring of others and a leader amongst his peers. He is involved in both athletics and extracurricular clubs here at school and volunteers in his community as well. Colton has the quiet, consistent demeanor that will make him a strong leader in life. His future plans include continuing his education and studying mechanical engineering, and just about a week ago, he received his acceptance to James Madison University. Colton, you embody what it means to be a Mustang. Thank you for always being respectful, responsible, and resourceful. Please join me in congratulating Colton Connor as our EMHS February Senior.
So now the board is going to take a brief break so that we can come down and thank all of you in person, so please don't run away too quickly. Our next agenda item is public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear from students, parents, employees, and community members about education matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. We have the option to extend in 30-minute increments, which Ms. Osborne will remind us of. If there are additional speakers after 90 minutes, the board will continue with their business meeting and hold one additional 30-minute session at the end of the business meeting. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. I will call each speaker up by name in the order that they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when time is up. Please state your name and the area of the county in which you live. Our first speaker tonight is Kimberly Williamson, followed by Amy Fields.
Williamson, Christiansburg. A good evening and greetings to new board member, Mr. Roberts, new board chair, Ms. Purcell, and new superintendent Gimple. I may not have been physically present for a few months while dealing with some horrific family emergencies, but I have paid attention as I can because the students here are worth it. To that end, I want to comment on the very robust and well-presented data on the first semester's review of monitoring for disparities in outcomes relative to disciplinary data. It seemed that the data surprised all of you in that the differences among groups pointed a big red arrow to those students with disabilities and not to any significant disparities among racial or ethnic groups, a 1.5% variance at most, except for the exceptionally well-behaved Asian students. It seemed to surprise even the presenters to the point that they had prepared tools and ideas to combat their presumed outcome of racial disparities and had no tools to reference at all regarding the obvious data-driven help that students with disabilities need. Granted, the presenters said they would present such tools at a later meeting, but I don't think it could be more clear that the focus of where students are failing or where the schools are failing the students should be squarely placed on how to rectify disparities with students with disabilities. This follows through with the other presentation given on school performance as well. MCPS should no longer focus on what data shows is a demonstrably false racial disparity narrative pushed by some on this board. MCPS should focus instead on what will help those who clearly need help, students with disabilities, in areas of both discipline and school performance. And while we're at it, maybe we should study and then encourage what it is about the student and family culture of Asian students that prompts such excellence in areas of behavior and school performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. And our next speaker is Amy Fields, followed by Mark Trebaka.
I copied an email I sent earlier. Is it okay to pass it? I don't know if that happened. So I'm actually here on behalf of my husband, who does not know I'm here. He applied for a position with the Eastern Montgomery High School as the head JV softball coach. My husband is disabled, has been for 15 years. Not looking for sympathy. I just don't understand part of the decision that he was offered the position, was not able to accept it because the school board's not willing to split the payment over a period of 2 months to prevent him from going over his monthly allowance that the disability offices allow. He also offered to take what his maximum allowance is and not worry about the remainder. And that was also denied due to budgeting for schools, and I do understand that for our area or for any community. My biggest thing is that this is a qualified person who, yes, is disabled helping an elderly person by a drunk driving illegal immigrant. Living in this community, had it not been for the community, I don't know how we would have even really kept afloat. But to see not just what he has put into overcoming the disabilities he was left with, it's also just frustrating that he is being knocked down. Here's someone who is qualified, who will physically pay for this from time to time due to discomfort that the disabilities leave him, but it gives him a great sense of purpose. And I would actually just like to ask that the school board consider making an exception. When I did some research, I did see that there's American Disability Act that, from my understanding, an employer should work around this pay exception or request to allow someone disabled to work. I think that to see someone that put this in and to constantly get knocked down or have an opportunity to be able to do something for themselves or something that they're putting in, it really questions if this is really equal opportunity employment or if this is a form of discrimination. And so I'm just asking that this is looked at and considered, and if not for him, to open the path for someone behind him. Thank you.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Mark Chewbacca, Blacksburg. It's so good to see so many familiar faces and some new faces here too. Dr. Gimple, welcome. Hope you enjoy our community and the job here. Board members, thank you for your service and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you, especially this last year. I know you guys have had having to go through another superintendent search. Whew, you guys deserve it. Anyway, I noticed that the calendar was on your agenda tonight, and as promised, when I left, I wanted to come back and talk about that because it still seems like over the last few years it's a bit of a work in progress. I have now been a parent of elementary, middle, and high school students. Currently, I have one kid in high school, one kid in college even, which I think is giving me another perspective on all of this. I want to talk specifically about the spring break. I think having served on the calendar committee at least for 4 years or more when I was on the board, I will say that it's my opinion that a week-long spring break that is based on the Easter holiday doesn't really work well in this county. And I think it causes a lot of hardship for a lot of families. And I think the main two reasons, one, it's academic, and number two, the plurality of people in this county based on multiple surveys that you guys have given out pick alignment with the universities as their number one choice. And it's not always a majority, although it was last year, but it's at least a plurality. I think that the best solution is a compromise. I think a few years ago you guys got it right when you did a spring weekend and a spring break. I think there's other school systems that do this type of thing. You have a shorter spring break, which I think from an academic point of view works better. The breaks aren't as long. You separate the two different competing things, which helps, I think. I think this year, the way the calendar falls, you have third quarter ending right in the middle of the university spring break, and you have a day off on Wednesday, and then you have Thursday and Friday. And this would be a perfect opportunity to do something like that, give the Thursday and Friday off, do the spring weekend, and have that compromise. I think if you insist on having a full week spring break, I think you have to align it with the university spring break to reduce the hardship for the most number of families. I think another compromise that you could potentially do is to change it from year to year. Maybe one year you have it aligned with university spring break, maybe a different year you do something a little bit different depending on where Easter falls. I think whatever it is that you guys do to move forward, I hope that you'll consider this and deliberate and work together and come up with a good solution that works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Seeing no further speakers signed up, public address is closed. We'll move on to consent items. If no one wishes to move an item out of consent, we will consider those items approved. Then we'll move on to financial reports and payment of the bills for fiscal year 2025-2026. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of the bills as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Roberts and Dr. Roundtree, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond? Yes. Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Now we'll move into our business meeting and our report from the superintendent. Dr. Kelly Gimple will provide our report from the superintendent. Welcome, Dr. Gimple.
Thank you so much, Ms. Purcell, our chair, and he's told me to call you Derek. I don't know if I can do that. Mr. Roundtree, our vice chair, members of the board. The month of February is recognized by the Virginia School Boards Association as School Board Appreciation Month. This year's theme, From Strong Roots Come Endless Possibilities, highlights the vital role school board members play in planting the seeds for student success. I now have a proclamation I would like to read. Whereas the education of Virginia school-aged children is the foundation upon which the economic, social, and intellectual capital of our state is built. And whereas locally elected and appointed school boards play an important and vital government role, and decisions made by local school boards directly influence instruction in Virginia's public schools, and whereas these decisions affect the present and future lives of children, and also set direction to prepare all students to be competitive in a local, state, national, and global 21st century knowledge economy, and whereas local school board members work with parents, businesses, education professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision we want for our students, and whereas this year's theme, From Strong Roots Come Endless Possibilities, highlights the vital role school board members play in planting the seeds for student success, ensuring every student has the resources needed to grow, thrive, and reach their full potential. And whereas School Board Appreciation Month provides an opportunity to celebrate Virginia school board members who champion the mission of public education, now therefore be it resolved, the Montgomery County Public Schools Division join the Virginia School Boards Association in recognizing the contributions of the local school board members to the academic success of its public school students, and expresses its sincerest recognition to local school board members for their focus on the well-being and achievement of students throughout the Commonwealth. And be it finally resolved, the Montgomery County Public Schools Division declares February 2026 as School Board Appreciation Month and encourages local community members and leaders to appropriately recognize our school division's dedicated school board members. Thank you. We can give them a hand. Yep. All right. Next, this past week, an article describing the aspects of the budget for improvements at Christiansburg High School came out in the local paper. In order to provide some additional context, I've asked Josh Bauer from Crabtree, Rohrbrock and Associates to come forward and provide some insight. Josh, if you would come up. And this is just to provide some additional information for our board and for the public regarding that article and regarding what was printed.
This is working? Great. Chair Purcell, board, Dr. Gimple, nice to see everybody again. So yes, we are now into the last 6 months of the CHS project. And for those of us who have been here, Ms. Franklin, by the way, congratulations, 25 years. My wife and I have been married for 25 years this year, so she feels more of a punishment than it is a celebration. But we are in the last 6 months of a project that we originally started this back in February of 2020. So it's been a long process, both from a design standpoint and construction. One of the challenges that we are often faced with construction is really two things. One is when you have a project that goes over a period of multiple years, is that we continue to see cost increases of everything from computer equipment to furniture to other pieces. And we also have change orders, which are part of the project. So again, this building was built in 1972. The 70s were not a good decade for architects. Let's be honest. It was not a good time. We didn't do a lot of great work. And while the building is very, very structurally sound, we have had our series of challenges as we go through it. And that is, like I said, unfortunately to be expected. So two things I want to report is that we are going to absolutely do our best over the last 6 months of this project. Again, what we want is when we hit August, is to have that final ribbon cutting. I'm super excited for everybody to be able to walk through. One thing is, has anybody talked to the teachers in the existing space, in the science labs or in social studies? Have you got a chance to talk to any of those teachers? No? So here's what I would recommend. Is speak with them, because one of the things that we promised, okay, is that the teachers in the addition, in the new building, were going to have the same experience as the teachers in the existing space. And they've been in the space now for about a month. And one thing that we've heard, is that the teachers feel that we met our promise. That the spaces in the existing school, we increased the window size, the finishes are the same, the HVAC, all those pieces, that they have the same feel in the existing building that we have in the addition. And that was so key for all of us, was to make that building that, again, it was 1972, it's a little over 50 years old, is to feel like it was a brand new building. And Ms. Marshall, I don't know if you've got a chance to talk to any of the teachers in the existing space. I'm sorry. So in my brain, I keep seeing Penny Marshall, and so I do apologize. So Ms. Franklin, have you got a chance to talk to any of the teachers? No. So I said I would encourage any of the board members to speak with them. But said over the next 6 months, we have two main goals. One is to complete the project on time. The contract end date is July 31st, 2026. And to keep the project within the dollars that we have available today. So those are the two things that are our biggest goals as we get into this last phase. Super exciting. We're getting into CTE. So now we're working on drafting lab, and we're going to be working culinary and robotics and all those pieces. And again, to see the renaissance of that whole CTE is super exciting. So that is where we currently are. I said we have 6 months to finish, so we're going to be done July 31st, have some great ribbon cutting, and I said our goals are get the project done on time and work within the budget of dollars that we have today. So are there any questions? Other than the fact that I keep getting Mr. Franklin's name wrong.
Okay. So it seems that it was reported that there was a $4 million plus short or deficit with the budget, and for the last almost year or more, whenever the school has been talked about, it's always ended with on time and on budget. Now, I understand contingency, but when people hear budget, a lot of people don't understand that there are contingency funds that are already built into this. So at what point did we, because I know did something happen that all of a sudden $4 million needed to be pulled out of that fund? Or have there been things that have been going on along the way that we knew was going to be outside of the budget?
There's been a lot of slow increases. Some of it has been material cost increases. Because when we did the budget back in 2020, I said furniture, equipment, other things have gone up in cost. Like just furniture alone has gone up in 10%. And you say 10% is not a lot, but when it's a $1.5 million budget, 10% is a big increase. And we have had a series of change orders, of unforeseen materials, especially as we got into the existing building. We've had sanitary challenges, we've had hazardous material challenges, other things that have brought to our attention that we need to address as part of the renovation project.
Okay, and I understand that. We have built many wonderful schools over the last 25 years that I've been on this board, but not to be made aware that we are going over and to be constantly told we're on budget, we're on time. That's disappointing. I'll just put it nicely. disappointing. So I don't understand it. And what you're saying, I get it, but it would have been very nice for myself as a board member to understand this has gone up, so that means it's going to be more. This has happened, so it's going to be more. But we haven't been made aware and been brought up to date as the things go on, but just led to believe we're on budget, and even at one point that we were under budget. So, yeah, I'm not happy, okay?
I can agree. I mean, I'm no more, anyone is any more excited than I am, and I completely understand it's a $90 million renovation. You're going to have, you know, something that's not going to come up and be 10,000 and nobody's going to say much, but 4 million, it would have been nice when it came out in the paper and people started asking if we could have said, yeah, you know, this is what's happened, or this is why, to be able to answer it, you know, with a reason, even if we have the money to cover it. It still is just the knowing, I think. So I hope we don't have any more, but if we do, it would be nice just to know.
If I can make a comment too, as we move forward, what we'll do is make sure you get, because it's one thing to understand that sure, prices rise since the contract was made. You're going to find things in any project you do, whether it's, you know, remodeling your own bathroom versus remodeling an entire building. Once you get into the project, there's always going to be additional costs that maybe you didn't see, right? But what you need to know is upfront what's going on. And so you can anticipate when things are going in a different direction. And that's going to be my job, is to make sure that you guys are all aware as these things occur, and don't read it in the paper or don't find out otherwise. And so moving forward, that's going to be my effort behind until this project is complete. Yep.
Yeah, and I just want to remind folks, this is a $100 million project, 90 from the county, and then 10 million that the school system secured to help with that building, so that the taxpayers didn't have to foot that part of it.
I'll just ask one question. I mean, I know that this isn't an agenda item and it's only a report from the superintendent, so I want to be respectful of that. I have similar concerns. I think part of it was wondering, when did it become clear that we were going over budget? Was this a while ago? Like, I think that was part of the communication piece, and I was caught off guard as well. But one of the questions I have for the administration is, I know that we have this separate account that's earning interest on the bonds. And I'm curious, because I think that's one of the concerns, is I know that we have funds that are set aside or accumulating to help with this issue, but if you don't know how much is in that account, like 4 million could be all of it, it could be 20% of it. And I think some sense of how much is being drawn from that account might help allay some of the concerns.
Yeah. Ms. Bland is here to explain that. We anticipated that question.
Yes. Good evening. I'd be happy to share some information regarding the interest bearing on this particular project. As Mr. Bauer, he expressed, this began back in 2020, and when the bond was issued, at that moment, when the funding began, that's when the interest began. So there was a period of time before the construction began, and so the interest started accruing. At the moment, as of today, there's approximately $8.5 million, sitting in that account. That the approval that we just got approved by both here at the school board and with the Board of Supervisors, that was just over $5 million. So there's still $3.5 million that's sitting in that account. Something to keep in mind as well, I think it was discussed during some of the joint meetings, is that as that interest sits, the longer that it sits, we actually are penalized for that. So there's some funds that will be taken away based on that there are payments that have to be made if it sits for a long period of time. The purpose of the bond funds, of course, are to spend it and utilize it and spend it down and use that for construction. So as long as the interest sits, it will accumulate some penalties on that. So any projects that you have going forward that would be in a shorter span of time, something that we could put that towards, some capital projects, that would be something definitely for discussion. Those would be great projects to put towards it so that we're not penalized as much for the interest sitting.
Okay, great, thank you. And so I know that we were optimistic, and the Board of Supervisors was optimistic that we would be able to use that accrued funds for other capital projects. But part of the purpose of having it is to help the division if we do go over budget. Correct? Is that the way it works?
Yes. There are stipulations for what you can spend the interest money on. So there are certain things that you cannot. It needs to either be for that particular project that you're working on or a similar project, something that's like in nature. On that list, we had several other items. We had playgrounds and things of that nature. And it's basically improvements to other buildings. So that would qualify for that. And we have a lot of upcoming projects, capital projects, that we can certainly take a look at. Of course, all of that would be brought here to the board for consideration, but we have potential to use that for those projects.
Okay, great, thank you.
So just for clarification, are we talking one fund here? Are we talking two pots of money? One contingency that's already built into the budget, or the interest that we're drawing down on those funds, that's what the contingency is.
Sure. So the contingency is built into the original funding as part of the Christiansburg High School project. Now, what has happened, the request for the $4.5 million, to complete Christiansburg High School basically serves as a contingency. It allows us to address these additional change orders and things that have come up towards the end of the project to allow us to complete that. But the original contingency is built primarily into the original project. So that's part of the bond funds that were originally set aside for that.
So are there two funds or one?
So there's the original bond funds, which includes the construction contingency and all fixture, furniture, and equipment. And then there is a separate account for interest bearing that originates from those bond funds over time. So that's a separate account altogether.
Okay, thank you.
Well, as much as I despise beating a dead horse, when asked about going bankrupt, response is, how did it happen? Slowly, all of a sudden. The all of the sudden part of this is the issue that I have, and I'm not directing that at you. It's just fairly shocking to see a $4 million deficit. While I recognize, by the way, that's not a substantial amount of money on that project, just seeing that number without being aware of it was problematic for me. I understand that we have a workaround with that, but I did want to convey that that was jarring.
Dr. Roundtree, did you have any comments?
Sure. So, yeah, I think a little bit more communication on exactly what happened would have been helpful. But we do have a contingency built in with the interest-bearing accounts. As I understand, in August, when we had our ribbon cutting, at that time we were on budget and on time. Then we started digging into the older portions of the school where there's going to be hazards associated with, I don't know if there was asbestos. I imagine there was. I imagine there was lead. You might be able to speak to that. Is the bulk of this having occurred in the first round of that old building renovation, or were we already accumulating over expenditures in the first phase?
That's a great question. So the majority of change orders that we've observed have been since we hit the main part of the existing building. So again, the building again is in good health, is in good condition, but we have had a series of plumbing issues where the existing sanitaries had a series of issues that, because we added now new systems to that, got affected. There was additional hazardous materials that had to be removed, again, for the health of the building. So the majority of the costs for the change orders have been occurring really since June, when we kind of got into the health of the existing building.
Okay. So it was happening just before August of the ribbon cutting.
Yes, we really got the breadth of the majority of it, after the ribbon cutting was when that really started to come to light on the additional costs that were, and again, in a building that you are renovating, there are going to be costs. This was not a shock like, oh my gosh, we didn't expect anything. The majority of them has been at the tail end of the project because the addition was in the beginning. We also hit some unforeseen soil conditions on the site as we're going to do the parking lots, and getting those repaired. So there was a handful of issues that have happened since the beginning of the summer of '25.
Okay. And what was the kind of growth of this over expenditure that you were seeing over, sounds like from June, so the last 6 or 7 months? Was it $1 million a month kind of number that we were accumulating, or did the last, this is $5 million, did the last 3 or 4 million come in the November or December timeframe?
So I don't have a per amount per month. There's been a series of challenges, everything from furniture that has gone over budget. Again, this is no one's fault. The IT equipment has been double the cost. So again, as we've now moved into the latter phases of this, costs have gone up, and we did not project the costs going up as much as they significantly have. And so it's been a series between the change orders, cost increases. That's what's led to this discussion.
Okay.
And one thing I do want to keep in mind, is that while there have been cost increases, again, we at every moment have tried to work to keep our costs down and reduce costs. So we have over $300,000 of reduction change orders as part of the project. So without hurting the project, we have continued through this project to look at costs and what can we willfully do.
Right. Yeah, and over the course of 5 years, you expect things to go up. If you budgeted 5 years ago for a 3-year plan, 5 years later, it's gonna be more expensive. And the interest-bearing account is a contingency on the project. So I thank you for the presentation tonight. Thanks.
Josh, thank you. Thank you for detailing everything. Dr. Roundtree actually asked the big question that I was going to ask about, what was partaking to that increase. But I think more for us than probably anything, it's the fact that maybe not being aware. So I'm not sure what the protocol has been or how that information has been handed down. Can anyone enlighten us on when these costs became significant, when that information was passed down? And I'm just surprised that as it was happening, the board wasn't made aware of this happening or taking place. I think we were just kind of caught off guard and surprised.
And I can't speak to the communication. That's one thing that we will guarantee is that between Dr. Gimple and myself, is that we will make sure that going forward for the next 6 months, if there's any future challenges, that you will be made aware of immediately, so that way this is not a surprise. The goal was not to make this a surprise. And I said the challenge of trying to rehash history doesn't help us to move forward. And so one thing I want to make sure is that from this point forward, from February 3rd forward, is that we will guarantee you that we will keep you aware of any situation that comes about between now and the end of July, when the project is complete.
Okay, thank you. And I do think it boils down to a communication aspects. So thank you for being here and all your information. I appreciate it.
So let me ask one more question. So since it does seem to be a communication issue, were these changes and these issues that arose, were they communicated with our previous superintendent? Just say it.
I can't really speak to whether he knew about every single item. So we tried to share as much as possible. So I can't speak to whether every single item that was on that list was communicated to Dr. Baker or not.
Thank you.
I just have one more question. It's the same thing to where if you are renovating a bathroom or a kitchen, if you find those amounts are going up, usually your contractor will kind of say, hey, this is higher than we had anticipated. Do you still want to go with this certain product, or do we want to look at something differently that could be more cost efficiently? I think that's kind of where it meets the road for me. If we're aware, then we can say, wait a minute, yeah, maybe we better not get that $5,000 chair. Maybe we need to look at a $2,000 chair. I'm just using that for an example. I'm not saying we're spending $5,000 for a chair. Please don't go anybody and I'm just using it as an example. Please don't put it in the paper. But you know what I'm saying? Because I think even in our homes, we would, if you come back and you've planned for a certain amount and it goes over, I think you're going to go, wow, wait a minute. Why didn't I get a say on if we want to go that route with that?
And I want to promise you something, okay, that every single time that a change order has come about, okay, we have talked about what the options are.
Okay, gotcha.
And looked
Those
at
are my
options. We bust out a wall, and we now have there needs to be steel added to it. Okay, can we do a lintel with so every single time without exception, we do not just blankly sign change orders. That never happens. And we look at options. Right now, we have a challenge with a sprinkler at the greenhouse. And the challenge is the structure is not going to be able to carry the load of the sprinkler. So now are we looking at a dry system? Are we looking at a liquid system? Are we looking at can we do a standpipe inside the building? So again, every single time without exception, we look at options and come up with what is both keeping with the project in time and also working to keep it as cost effective as possible.
I appreciate that because I knew you had mentioned IT, I think, equipment and furnishings. So that's the only reason I went in that direction is, there's here and there's here. The same when you're renovating your home. You can go here, you can go here, 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 here. And so I didn't know if those were options as well, that maybe just to be smart for our community, smart for our building. We want nice things for our new building, but also we want to be able to afford it. So I appreciate you answering that question for me. Thank you.
So moving forward, not just when there's overages, or we're just going to keep you updated on the weekly progress. And I've worked with Dr. Brown this afternoon. We met, and we have a plan moving forward where you'll be notified of the weekly progress as to how this project is going, and that'll include things where we run into issues. That way, you're just aware of everything going on with this very important and very expensive project.
Need to follow up on Ms. Franklin's question. Were the issues of overages communicated to the prior superintendent? And if so, was that something that was done in writing? Does anyone know?
Information was shared with Dr. Bregan. I can't speak to whether it was in writing or not. And so what I can't relate to you is whether every single change order was shared with Dr. Bregan. I know that he did sign some change orders as they went through. I just can't speak to the breadth of that because I didn't have as much of a direct relationship with him.
Okay, and I certainly don't mean to turn this into an interrogation. I'm just concerned about a pop-up $4 million overage is all. Thank you.
There's just one thing that I can speak to that. The only thing that I could add to that is that based on the dollar value of this contract, it is a requirement that the superintendent signs every change order that comes through.
Okay. That answered the question.
One of the things I'd like to add too is moving forward, we're going to get all the stakeholders in a room, one, to bring Dr. Gimple on board with the project, and we're going to do that as soon as possible, and one, to look at the next 6 months, drill down, and make sure we are spending that money in a responsible manner for our taxpayers. There have been times, as I stated to the Board of Supervisors last week, that we've had to say no to some things, and we will probably say no to some things moving forward to make sure that we can finish this project. We're optimistic that it'll come in under budget or on budget. To address one of your questions, we have drilled down on many things. I can give you an example of a sink. I'm not going to name where that sink was, but it was a very expensive sink to the tune of $7,000. Mr. Bauer, correct me if I'm wrong.
It's closer to 2,500, but it goes.
Well, 2,500. 7,000 sounded better. 2,500. Maybe we replaced it with a. Maybe we replaced it with a $750 sink. But we do. The gist of that is we don't blindly just sign things. We do review them. We do have bi-weekly OAC meetings, owner, architect, and contractor meetings. We also have a meeting with Shane Gwynn, the principal, every other week too. So we're meeting once a week with all stakeholders. But again, we're going to meet with Dr. Gimple and all stakeholders, and we're going to map out and project for the next 6 months where we're going with this project and be judicious with the money. So.
Well, and it sounded like to me that when we got into the older part of the school in August or September is when this really started, correct? Yes. So. But the majority of it, he said, was once we got started in the older part of the school, if I'm hearing correctly.
You're both correct. So we started the renovation in June. It said when it started to pile up was in the August.
Was in the August and September. So, right.
Can I just ask a follow-up question, or maybe a request? I think I'm glad you're committed moving forward until the end of the project to keep us apprised of changes. It may be helpful because the timing of this is not good, because we are soon going to be submitting our budget to the Board of Supervisors. If there's maybe a statement or something that helps to explain so that we can be better informed with questions that may come out in conversation with them, because they might say, the $4 million, what was that for? And we're going to look at each other and be like, I don't know. It just costs a lot more for things. The better that we can be informed about that, I think will be helpful for us when we enter into the conversations about the budget with the Board of Supervisors. That's just my request.
Are there any, does this seem like it will cover through the end of the project, or are there also some things that may crop up that need to also be drawn from that interest that we've been accruing?
So this is my personal statement. I certainly hope and believe that the additional request that has been approved now by both boards would cover the remaining items needed for Christiansburg High School. And I believe these two gentlemen can speak as well to that.
Again, to reiterate what others have said, you never know with construction projects, but.
Again, we will make every effort possible to complete the project on time, July 31st, and to keep within the budget that we currently have dollars-wise. That is absolutely our goal, as a team to work within those two within those two pieces.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Bland, could you share maybe more specifically, what is the expiration date on that accrued interest? When do we start potentially getting fined for not using it?
So that begins almost immediately when you receive the funds. It's evaluated. I believe it's quarterly. The county would have to speak for the exact dates that it's reviewed, but that happens almost as soon as you receive the funds. It begins to be monitored. So over time, you are penalized. Now, in the very beginning of the project, I'm sure that was a very, very small amount because you're just beginning the phase of the project. So it's a phased effort. But as we hold the funds now, with the project completing we will start to see more of that depleting. So it's definitely, again, something to look at and want to take advantage of that funding and being able to utilize as much as we can.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Board members, anything else? Dr. Gimple?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. Did you have anything else with your report, Dr. Gimple, or is that it?
No, ma'am, that's it.
Okay. All right. We'll move on to our programs of study, and this is an action item. The administration presented proposed changes to the 2026-2027 program of studies for the high school and middle school level at the January 28th, 2026 school board meeting as a first read. Dr. Lori Comer, Director of Secondary Education, will provide some additional information tonight.
Thank you, Chair Purcell. In front of you, you should have a one-page document, and I want to thank Dr. Guitry for his email, and I want to provide that further clarification for everyone. For the last couple of years, Chemistry 2 has been taught as a label, but it's actually been forensic science, but it was labeled as Chemistry 2. In December of 2025, the state board adopted new SOLs for Chemistry 2. And what happened when they got the new SOLs, we can no longer teach forensics under that title of Chemistry 2. So therefore, we've got this course request for forensic science. With that, we did omit the proper description, and we have it listed here on this sheet. Chemistry 2 has the new standards, and there is the course description there. And we would like to let you know that if it is the will of the board tonight, we can include both of those course descriptions. We can offer Chemistry 2, but as with any of our courses, it's reliant upon having enough student enrollment and the staff to teach it. And it would be available, once it's approved and in the program of studies, it would be available at any of our 4 high schools.
Thank you so much. Board, do we want to make a motion and then discuss, or are there other questions for Dr. Comer now?
I could make the motion so that we could move forward and have that conversation. I don't have any additional changes. I apologize if I missed a few minutes at the previous meeting because I was going to ask that question there, but I'm happy to do that.
So do I have a motion to approve the programs of study as presented or as amended?
I'd like to move that we approve the program of study for middle school and high school with the 2 amendments. The first would be to use for forensics the National Center for Educational Statistics course description, and that we retain Chemistry 2 and use the course description that we were provided by the administration. I could read that, Tosh, if I need to read that. I sent that to Tosh just a few moments ago. Do you want me to read it, or? Okay, because it's on this document. So that's my motion, and I can explain more if it's helpful after if there's a second.
Second.
Dr. Guitry and Mr. Roberts, any discussion?
I don't have a problem approving this, but there's a recommended curriculum. Do our teachers want that curriculum? Or is this just something that's being suggested?
Mr. Dobler is here also, our science administrator, and he can probably answer it. We already have forensics in place, but what we will need to do is it's no longer going to fall under that Chemistry 2. in order to offer Chemistry 2, we would have to purchase textbooks for that one, if we go with the new standards that were adopted in December of 2025.
Okay, so with that, that's my concern is, have our teachers had an opportunity to review those textbooks to see if this is the best one that's being recommended, if this is what they want to use?
Mr. Dobler, I'll let you.
I don't think we've gotten to the point yet where where we have a textbook recommendation or anything like that. As was stated, the course came about when we started the forensic science, and at the time it was decided, like you have biology 2, ecology, biology 2, biology 2, genetics, to put the forensic science course within the context of Chemistry 2. And now that they've got the standards for Chemistry 2, that course does not meet the standards. So we've elected to go with the forensic science label, the SCED code, and the National Center for Educational Statistics course description. Now, as far as the Chemistry 2 goes, it used to be taught in the county. I think the last time it was taught was in 1819. Suzanne Dane over at Blacksburg High School taught it, and
You said 1819?
2018-19 school year was when Chemistry 2. I'm sorry.
Okay, the school year.
Sorry.
Okay.
I did not communicate that very well. It was in 2018-19 school year was the last time we taught Chemistry 2. And so it remained in the program of studies until it was not in the 23-24 school year program of studies because there hadn't been any interest in it, so they removed it. We brought it back for the forensic science. Now, I have no problem having the course as an offering in the in the upcoming program of studies. There's certainly no issue with that. But if it does make as a class, I have no crystal ball, but in my mind, if someone takes Chemistry 1 and they want to gain further, deeper content in chemistry, most likely they're going to pursue the DE AP chemistry class for college credit and weighted, as opposed to taking the Chemistry 2 class. But the advantage of a Chemistry 2 would be it's a one-semester course, so it wouldn't take up as much of your schedule. So, but I'm guessing there won't be a lot of interest in it, but you don't know unless you offer it. So if there's interest, we would have to move quickly, I think, to make sure we have the materials appropriate for the course. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but it still has a process that we do to adopt textbooks and a dollar amount that goes with that. So I don't have a problem approving it, but when we get to that, it's kind of like putting the cart before the horse right now for me.
Yeah, it's not. It's very possible that we've got dual enrollment, we've got advanced chemistry books, textbooks that could be used that are currently used for AP and DE that could possibly be utilized for a Chemistry 2 course as well. The content is anything that's going to be in the Chemistry 2 course will be able to be found in, I'm sure, the advanced chemistry textbooks that we currently use.
Okay, that helps me. Thank you.
Could I ask a couple of questions? So just because we have it in the program of study doesn't mean that the next quarter that we're going to be offering it, correct? That just allows us to?
If it's in the program of studies, when students register for courses, they can register for that course.
Okay.
And then you have to have a certain number. Typically, I think we look at 15 as being
And if you don't have the 15, then you wouldn't offer the course.
probably not offered.
Right, okay. So one of the reasons, I was a little confused when I read the substitution for forensics, but one of the reasons for advocating for keeping Chemistry 2 is that it allows more flexibility, because not only you need the demand, but how many teachers can teach the forensics course, the APDE, because you need to have additional qualifications to teach those courses. So if you have the Chemistry 2, you can offer that at all of our high schools. Whereas you
Oh,
can't
absolutely.
unless you have the faculty to teach it at each one of the schools as the APDE course, correct?
As an APDE course, that is correct.
And that is what, forensics is an AP course or not?
Forensics is not.
In the DE, okay, so.
It's just a regular 4-credit, 4-point
I
course.
see. Okay, I thought that the forensics course was one, so you had the additional, need to have the additional qualifications. But it does allow for students at some of the other high schools that may not have enough students who want to take the AP chemistry class to take the forensics to take the chemistry too.
Absolutely, there's that possibility, certainly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for me, it was just allowing for flexibility because you need to have the demand in order to offer the course anyway. So that was my rationale for, well, like, why don't we have both of them?
Right.
Because not every student who takes Chemistry 1 wants to go on for the AP course,
Right.
correct?
I agree with you. I think there's certainly no harm in offering the course.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Other board members? Any comments, questions, concerns? Ms. Osborne, will you please call the roll? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Osborne, can you read the motion again?
I'm sorry. Motion to approve the program of studies for the middle school and high school with the 2 amendments to use the forensics course description. And then I have the descriptions that Dr. Guidry sent me that I haven't pulled up yet. Okay. Do you have those two, the descriptions? Was that correct so far? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Next, we'll move on to our multi-year school support plans, which is an action item. The multi-year school support plans are presented tonight for approval. Dr. Amanda Widener, Interim Assistant Superintendent, will provide information on these plans and will be available for any questions that you may have. Do we want to make the motion first or have Dr. Widener?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay. Mr. Roberts and Ms. Franklin? Any discussion?
It might be helpful, 'cause normally we do a first and a second read, particularly on something of more significance. So I think it might be helpful since this is an emergency situation, as it were, and that's why we're foregoing the first and second read. So for the public's benefit, it might be helpful to give some context.
Absolutely, I'm happy to do that. So just to give you some context around the purpose and the significance of why these plans are before you tonight and why we're asking you to take action on them tonight is, if you'll recall, last month I shared the results of the school performance and support framework with you. And as a result of those, we have five of our schools are identified as federally designated. They 4 have that TSI designation and the other one the ATSI. One of the state requirements that comes with those designations is that we are supposed to develop a multi-year plan, a multi-year support plan. Now, all of our schools engage in continuous school improvement planning on a yearly basis. So each of our schools had already done a comprehensive needs assessment over the summer, which they used to build their own continuous support plans. So the multi-year support plan is a new template that the state gave us in January, so not very long ago. And all 5 of our schools who have these federal designations and are required to complete these plans have worked very collaboratively, very collectively. We've had extensive teams who have put a great deal of time to complete these multi-year plans in a fairly tight turnaround. And they kind of focus on a few things. So first of all, they're multi-year. So if you look at them closely, each one of them has a specific measurable goal for each year, for 3 years. And those goals are all built around math performance, ELA, English Language Arts performance, and science performance. And then some schools, though they were not required, also put multi-year goals in related to school climate or staffing. Another component that is required within those goals is to implement what are called evidence-based strategies. So the state requires these schools to identify at least 2 evidence-based strategies that are part of their efforts to meet these goals. And so those are in the plans. Now, the state is not going to review and approve these plans, but what they will do is that we are eligible to apply for school improvement grants. So for our TSI schools, they can be eligible for up to $45,000 in school improvement. We just have to prove that in that grant application, it has to align with the goals and the strategies that we have put into these plans. And those applications are due this Friday. So Dr. Dunleavy has been working diligently with our schools. Our schools have completed their multi-year support plans in which they've identified measurable goals. They have specific action plans. They have specific evidence-based strategies. So now we are writing grant applications that will hopefully enable us to access funding to support the implementation of those strategies. So that's kind of the short version of what this is. Again, it was a very tight turnaround. We received the results in December. In early January, the state gave us the template for these multi-year plans. Our schools have been busy at work for the last 2 weeks completing those. Again, it was a very collective, collaborative process, involved a team with lots of people. And now we are hoping to use those plans. The board has to approve them in order for us to apply for the money. So that's kind of the short version of it.
Thank you so much for that context. I'm supportive because that money would be terrific to get that money, and I know that there's a deadline coming up. Just 2 things. One is I did notice that there were measurable goals, and I would love if there is an update when we said we hit certain benchmarks for those 5 schools to get an assessment. We've hit these benchmarks because I want to. It's important that we bring those schools up, and to know that we're doing it is important for the board. The second question I have is for our new superintendent. I know you've looked closely at the data. You're getting thrown in the deep end. It would be wonderful to have the assurance that you looked over these and you're like, these are good to go. Please do a pass, approve these.
Absolutely, and I know they've worked extremely hard, and it was a little late coming from the state as far as what the parameters were. I think everybody wished across the state that we had more time to work on these, considering the amount of funding that could be tied. So, yes, I do definitely approve of the work that they've done.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
I'll renew the motion.
Sorry, Mr.
I'll
Roberts?
renew the motion to approve.
And who is your second? Ms. Franklin? All right. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Guidry?
Yes, and thank
Ms.
you.
Barton?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Next, we'll move on to the budget. That's an action item. The administration presents the fiscal year 2026-2027 proposed operating budget for approval. Angie Bland, Director of Finance, and Trevor Bennett, Assistant Director of Finance, are available for questions if needed. Do I have a motion to approve the 2026-2027 proposed operating budget as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Roundtree and Mr. Roberts, any discussion?
So there were a few asks for more information. Can you update us? Because if I am reading this correctly, well, I'm curious to know what may have been included or not included, and is this just the same budget that we received at the last meeting?
So the summary that you see before you includes the items that were discussed at the January 28th meeting. That includes the addition of the 3 assistant principals and the additional, can you help me with the additional amounts? 3 additional principals, assistant principals, and the student lunch. Yes.
And what other issues were brought up? Was it the parental leave? You were just providing information. I know that there were calculations that you needed to do. Was that the only ask for more information, but not necessarily a line item?
So there were 2. The first one was the parental leave, and that information was shared late this afternoon. Sorry about that. We had to do several calculations to get all that together, and we also surveyed other school districts so we could get an idea if other districts provided, and if so, what were their parameters, just to help us in presenting it to you the best way that we possibly could. But in addition, there was the discussion about the Spanish. The ability to get either, I believe, software or some training for the Spanish language, I believe, for 1 or 2 of the positions in the district. Now, there was discussion about just including that as part of the professional development, or if there needed to be a separate line item. At this time, we don't have a separate line item for that, but we could certainly add that if that was something that you were interested in doing.
And I think there was a question of the calculation, how much would that, because we're going to add it, I think, to professional development. How did you come up with a figure for that?
So we looked at that, and there were some discussions, I believe, I believe that Dr. Widener, I'm not sure if she could provide some additional information. There were some discussions about that.
Okay, thank you.
So the board had inquired about the possibility of adding to the budget a line item for some type of bilingual training or professional development for specific staff. So what I have learned and what I would recommend would be the most efficient and effective way to accomplish that is we do currently have a partnership with staff at Virginia Tech and the World Language Department. And some of them currently do or have done some professional development. So I think looking to expand and build on that partnership would probably be, in my mind, the most effective and efficient way to accomplish that, because we wouldn't have to bring in an outside consultant, an outside trainer, have people travel. We can kind of utilize a resource that's right here in our backyard. Now, in terms of identifying what the specific cost would be, and I do want to point out that we have a number of staff who have expressed an interest in gaining knowledge in that area. So there is definitely an interest there among our staff and our teachers. I think they see the value in it. So in terms of an amount, I would think that we could identify a minimum of $5,000, maybe up to $10,000 to offer training to staff who would want to participate, and we could structure it after school.
Great, thank you so much. I'm sure Dr. Roundtree will have something to say since this was his original ask. I think it would make sense to add some in the budget because I think even though we talked about a couple of staff members, we wanted to open it up to others as well. So at least having some funds available to do that makes sense to me. But thank you very much.
No, thank you. In the additions, as you were giving a summary, there was also 25,000 additional in PD that was added. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, and I think we all agreed last time on the language programs going into PD, so that's good as well. Yeah, thank you all for looking into that.
Ms. Franklin?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So you just said we agreed to the language piece going into professional development, but we didn't move that mark from the 25, extra 25. extra, 25 that was added to it. So I'm hearing it would be another $5,000 to $10,000, which would eat into already the 75,000 that gets eaten up very quickly. So we need to add more if that's what the intent is.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that was where some of us were going last week, but it eventually, what was settled on, I thought, and I might be wrong, is that of that 75K, they would just work the language PD into that 75K. But if we want to add more, I'm do we want to put a contingency on that so that we budget it for 5,000 more, so we have 80, so we have a good number as to where that falls with the language PD portion of it?
More money in development as
You'll get no argument from me on that.
Mr. Roberts?
I think if everyone wants to add more to it, that's fine, but we do need to get this budget sent over and done. I think we need to start that process and really get moving on it. And I don't want to delay that any longer.
Well, we could still approve it today and just make a friendly amendment to the original motion to make that change to the budget. There's nothing that prevents us from adopting the budget so we can send it over.
So we can still do it now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we just amend the budget.
And that's fine with me.
And that's,
Who made the motion? I forgot.
I did.
I did? Okay. I thought it was me, but I wasn't positive. You seconded it, right? Okay. I'll move to amend the motion to include an additional $5,000 in professional development into the budget.
Second.
Yeah, Ms. Parton, please.
So, because I wasn't there in person Thursday, my apologies. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. So the things that were mentioned that we wanted to have added to the budget, which were the 3 principals, and I'm sorry if this is being redundant. The 3 principals, we are putting the school lunches in there, correct? And how much is that again?
So yeah, so 3 assistant elementary principals were added, that's $350,000. Free student lunch, that's $1.1 million. And then there was $25,000 added to the professional development line item.
So agreeing on this budget tonight would be including all of that. Is that correct? Okay.
Ms. Bond? Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, and just for budget and for the public, just to make aware, we have our legislative sessions going in right now, and there's several budgets or several legislated items for supporting schools. I would encourage everybody to write their legislators in support of schools. And also, our Board of Supervisors is going to be in Richmond later this week, and in support of the county and our school systems. So I appreciate their effort in working with our legislators to get funding from the state, and hopefully we can reduce the county burden of our budget as the state funding comes through. But I think we've put together a good budget here, and I look forward to continuing the budget process.
Ms. Purcell, I will actually make a comment. I'm going to vote yes for the budget to go forward, even though I don't agree with the lunch. I just think that's more than what a lot of our county can do, but I'll leave it at that. I do want the 3 assistant principals, though, and I don't think that we'll get all of it, so I think we're going to be coming back to the drawing board. But I'm going to vote yes just to send it forward.
Is there any further discussion? I mean, I will just say that the Board of Supervisors at their retreat received information that it hasn't been a great year, and they don't have a lot of extra funds for our budget. So Ms. Bond is precisely right that we will have a lot of concessions to make when that time comes. Okay. Are there any other comments? Ms. Osborne, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Can I read back the motion just to make sure?
Yes,
I have
please
it?
do.
Okay. I have amend the budget to include an additional $5,000 for professional development into the budget. Is that correct? Okay. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
So I'm going to be voting no because I do not feel comfortable with the school lunch line item in there because I do not feel that should be in our budget at all. I think that should be handled by the state, and there's a couple of other things that I still have questions about as far as some positions and some other things. So for me right now, I don't feel comfortable passing this as is.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 opposed.
Motion carries. Okay. We'll move on to our weapons policy, which is a first read. The administration will present a first read on the revised weapons policy for the board's consideration. Mr. Jason Garrettson, Director of Student Services and Safety, is available for questions if needed. This is a first read. No action is expected. Yeah. Mr. Garrettson, would you mind just providing some context about what this change will do?
Yes, ma'am. Happy to. A little bit of a clarification. It's actually not a standalone policy. It's a component of the Student Code of Conduct, Policy 7-3.1. It's the weapons section of that policy. The board did recommend making some changes the last time we renewed Code of Conduct. It was approved, and as we moved forward, I think the first time we had an incident surrounding that component of the policy, we realized there was probably some additional clarification that was necessary. Consulted with the school board attorney, and the correction or the changes recommended are suggested here. The biggest thing I would maybe draw a point to was there was a discussion around bullets and ammunition. They've worked to kind of clarify that language a little bit for us. They've also offered a clarification on knives in terms of being weapons, and then finally cited some code around it. So really, we're not talking about a new policy. We're talking about an update to a policy that the board's worked on regularly, going back to the beginning of this school year and even back to the previous school year.
Thank you. Questions? Dr. Gitchery?
Thank you so much. So I appreciate that we're revising this. A couple of recommendations. One is I was actually a little confused because the policy says two different things and you want it to say one thing. So at the beginning, one of the changes is in the paragraph that reads in accordance with state and federal law, it says there that we will take certain action, okay? It says possession of use of weapons, whether operable or inoperable in a school building on school property as school-sponsored activities are going to or from school is prohibited. Violations will be reported to law enforcement officials. But right before that, it says will expel, must be expelled for a minimum of 365 days. So that means no matter what, if you did this, you are going to be expelled for a minimum of 365 days. But at the end, the last paragraph where you've moved text down from the original to the end where it says the school board shall expel students for violations of this policy unless the school board determines, based upon the facts of the particular situation, that special circumstances exist and another disciplinary action is appropriate. So it's saying two different things. The one is like, it doesn't matter what the conditions may have been, you are going to be expelled for 365 days. The other, which is allowable in code, gives some discretion to the school board.
I understand your concern. I think the language is consistent with the Gun-Free Schools Act of 1994, if I'm not mistaken, and also Virginia Code. Again, I'm not an attorney, but very much in the federal law, it talks about will be expelled, but then later goes on and says that the chief executive of a local school division, meaning the superintendent or the board, can step in due to extenuating circumstances.
Right. So I did look at the code. So what is it saying, one or the other? Because the one part says that they must be expelled, which is really strong language. It's stronger than the Code of Virginia. But then, so which is it? Must they be expelled, or can the school board make an alternative decision? Because it can't be one. It can't be both.
Ultimately, I think I would have to defer to an attorney. But I do think the Gun-Free Schools Act, the federal law says will, but then also continues to go on and say, at such time that the individual circumstances of the case can be reviewed by the superintendent or the school board, you may choose otherwise based upon circumstances. I understand.
Right, because that's what the code says, and the code wouldn't be not compliant with federal law like that. I mean, so I would send it back to the lawyer and say it needs to be one or the other. And that's not to suggest at all that I don't want us to have a strong policy. You just don't want to have what might be construed as a contradiction in there.
I think that's the purpose of a first read, Dr. Guitry, is we can take back the concerns. This has been reviewed by the attorney, but we certainly can take it back and say, hey, let's double check this, because I certainly agree that it does to a degree seem like it's saying two different things.
Dr. Guitry, if I may, I've got two other school divisions, weapons policy pulled up here, and they both say that exact same thing. It says, one says must be expelled for a period of 1 year. The other one says 365, but both of them have a disclaimer underneath there that says, on behalf of the school board or chief executive officer, that may determine otherwise based on extenuating circumstances. So that's in these other two school divisions as well, even though they quote that state mandate. They give a description or some discrepancy to the school board below that.
Right.
Yeah.
Does it say must?
It does. Yeah, it still says must be expelled for a period of 1 year. I'm looking at Spotsylvania's right now.
Yeah.
But then underneath it just goes into the school board, authorizes the superintendent or superintendent's designee to conduct a review and make a recommendation to the school board who may reduce it.
Yeah. So sometimes what you'll do is they'll have it together, so it must, but then they're extenuating. But here, because it's separated, it could lead someone to think that it must, or that there can be special circumstances. Thank you for that. The other quick thing is, I know that there had been a request for another change to the Code of Conduct for student discipline, which had to do with long-term suspension for K-3 students, that there are significant limitations that have not been included in our discipline policy. There was a request a number of months ago, so I'd love to make sure that we address that issue. And if nobody can remember, I'm happy to respond by email if there are questions about the particular issue.
Yes, sir. We'll check our notes. I think
Okay, great.
one change rather than two is preferred.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yep.
Other board members, comments, questions?
For me, I definitely, as a board member, would want that school board opportunity to make a different action and having that allowance there, because we've seen young students with toy, and this one that says any pistol, revolver, shotgun, or other weapon designed to intend to or propel a missile of any kind, which could be a Nerf gun. So, that would concern me if we had no out, so to speak, or extenuating circumstance for something like that. After school daycare, someone forgot a Nerf gun in their backpack and brought it to us because of what it says, because of what the law, but that gives us that extenuating circumstance to say, okay, a different way of looking at being expelled for 365 days for having something like that. So for me, I would definitely, however the attorney needs to put it in there, I would want that there at all costs. But I am glad to see that the shell issue that we had, the empty shell, is taken off of there, because I do think that was what brought this certain policy to us for examination, is the things like that really, when some issues come before us that really didn't need to come before us.
So I have no objection with the board being bound to expel a student who brings a firearm into school. And I think that should remain in there. I have no issue with having some leeway in some of these others, but the 22.12770 I think is appropriate, and I think it should probably remain in there. I don't have an issue with having some other line items below that, but I think if you bring in a gun, we should be obligated to expel.
Ms. Franklin, did you have any comments? Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, so I was just rereading 22.1277.07. And the wording is such that you can read into it a discrepancy if you don't follow the references to the state code. But the in accordance with state code and the references to the state code itself says you shall, unless there's other extenuating circumstances. So that means that you shall do that, or the wording that's here is you shall do that unless there's extenuating circumstances, because that's what the code says, and we're saying in accordance with the code. But yeah, I have no problem approving it as it is. Just a reminder to all kids and parents, file all kids' knives to below 3 inches so that they don't fall into this policy. Please, no knives longer than 3 inches. No knives at school to begin with, but cut them down to 3 inches. So, sorry for our television bladesmith here.
You're fine.
So, Dr. Gimple, I think maybe to provide a little context for you, and I don't know if it was exactly explained, we do sometimes have students bringing shells. That's not live ammunition, and the way that the policy was previously written, they were coming before the board for an expulsion hearing, and that was kind of the line. Do you have any thoughts, concerned as a, kind of new to this situation?
No, and actually, Lois had shared this with me previously, and I looked and compared it to some other policies. And it's very similar in wording. It is, they use some different language in that, but no, your policy as it's written here is very close to what I'm seeing in other divisions. And I think it's enforceable. And I think because you have that leeway, it's one of the main reasons that's in there, so you guys can use some judgment on exactly the circumstances of every particular issue. And that's what you end up doing in cases like this. So I think it's great to have that wording in there, and it gives you that ability to use discretion.
Board members, any other concerns? Or we'll move on. Okay. School calendar proposals. Dr. Amanda Widener, Interim Assistant Superintendent, will will present 2 drafts of school calendars for the 2026-2027 school year. This is a presentation and no action is expected tonight.
Good evening once again. Chair Purcell, school board members, Dr. Gimple. My last opportunity to come before you tonight is to share information on a topic that I know is near and dear to everybody, of great interest to everybody, our proposals for a school calendar for next year. So I am here to share 2 drafts of potential calendars with you, and these were developed by our calendar committee. I'll just remind you that the calendar committee is one of the superintendent's advisory committees. So this is a committee, we started meeting early in the year, and so at that time, we were under the direction of Dr. Graham, the acting superintendent, who gave us some directions. We have met 4 times as a group since the start of the year, and in considering the drafts that we've put together, we have followed all policies that pertain to the calendar. First, I want to begin by recognizing and acknowledging the individuals who participated on the calendar committee this year. We had representation from all 4 of our communities. We had representation from parents, from staff. So I just want to point out the individuals on the following 2 slides. We had 2 Auburn parents. We had 3 Blacksburg parents and 1 who is also a teacher. We did have a principal, an elementary principal, who was on the committee. We had 4 members from the Christiansburg community, 3 of which were parents and 1 who is a teacher. And then we had an Eastern Montgomery parent, well, 2 parents actually, and 1 of those parents is also a teacher in the school division. So like I said, I felt like we had good representation from all of our communities, which gave us a lot of different ideas and perspectives to consider as we came up with our ideas. These were kind of our guiding parameters that we started with. First and foremost, and I put this in orange because to me this is the most important thing we have to think about, not just when we're developing a calendar, but anytime we're coming forward with a new idea or a program or initiative, is that our work is going to center first and foremost on doing what is best for the needs and best interests of our students. So we always tried to keep that as kind of the focus of what our work was about. So when we had discussion or sometimes disagreement about where things should fall, we tried to bring it back to what would be best for our students. We had a very clear parameter. Dr. Graham said she did not want us coming up with a calendar with less than 180 days, and we stuck to that guideline. I think that was an important guideline for us to follow. We stuck with implementing a mid-August start. That has been a practice that's been in place for some time now, so that's kind of a well-set precedent. We were set with the goal of trying to maintain some type of fall break, Thanksgiving, and winter break, although there were no specific parameters on what the length of those breaks had to be. We were to come up with an option of spring break, and we did look at a lot of feedback, which I will share with you. Our goal was to try as much as possible to end the school year near Memorial Day weekend because that has been our practice, and we have heard from our constituents that is something that they prefer. And then we were also, and we were directed by the board to do this as well, is to look at some data through surveys, and I'm going to share specifically what that data looked like. So those were kind of the parameters and things that guided us in the process. From the school board, when I came to you earlier in the year, you gave us the direction that you only wanted us to bring one year calendar in front of you, so that's what we are doing. And then you also had directed us, make sure we get feedback. And so we did give a survey that we had over 2,200 responses from, and that came from students, it came from parents, and it came from staff. And I'm going to show you some results of that survey in just a minute. Just a quick review, I won't go through this because you're probably familiar, but that is our current existing calendar for the school year. So we did use that as a reference point, not trying to deviate too drastically different from it, but that is what our school calendar looks like for this year. We have 181 days in the calendar, 194 days for teachers with 13 teacher work days, 6 unassigned days, and then the holidays and breaks that are mentioned, many of those are required by policy. All right, so let's give you a quick overview of the survey data, because the data that we did receive from the surveys certainly did play into the drafts that we developed. We took a very hard look at the survey, and we tried to keep it in mind. This is just an overview of who participated in the survey, a breakdown so you can see the types of folks that responded. So again, we had really good response this year, almost 2,300 responses. 303 came from 10 or 11-month support staff, 77 responses from 12-month support staff, 212 responses from elementary teachers, 245 responses from secondary teachers, 36 responses from administrators, 322 responses from students, and then 1,356 responses from parents. That was our largest group that participated, and 30 from community members who do not have children in the school division. So that's just a breakdown of our survey participants. There is a breakdown of the representation from our 4 communities. So you can see we did get participation from members of all 4 of our communities. We had questions that asked people to identify their priorities. What are some of the most important things that you want to see in a calendar? Based on this response, the biggest response, although not by much, was that long winter break. So some years we've had a calendar that's 2.5 weeks for students. I think we've had some years where it's 2 weeks, but there seems to be a strong preference more than anything for a longer winter break, such as the one we've had this year. Spring break, that is a full week. That was 28%. The school year ending before Memorial Day, that's even more important to most people. So it seems like it's very important for many of our staff and students and parents that we end the school year before Memorial Day. And then the least important one, although I wouldn't say it's not important, is having that 2-day fall break in October. So that just kind of gives you a picture of where people's preferences and priorities are in a calendar, because we can't always give them everything they want. All right, this was the second most important, and winter break was the first most important, and it also came up as the second. So that just tells us that probably a majority of our students and staff and parents like that long winter break. Which one was the least important? Again, that 2-day fall break. We know our staff appreciate the opportunity for a break in the fall, but if we had to give up something, that's probably the least important item in the calendar. All right, then we wanted some feedback around the start of school. We know anecdotally and historically, staff and parents and students don't like starting school on a Monday. So we didn't even put that out there as an option. Typically, we've done a midweek start, Wednesday. But we put the question out there because starting on Tuesday gives us a little bit more flexibility. So, given the choice of Tuesday or Wednesday, which would you prefer? And this was really useful data for us because a large percentage didn't have a preference, and more people actually chose Tuesday over Wednesday. So that helped inform, when you look at when our schools, our first week of school starts, the day it starts, that definitely helped inform us. All right, then we asked a little bit about fall break, how important is it to include it? And again, there was a wide variety of responses, but again, fall break, while I think people find it valuable, I think it's more important, we've heard, for a long winter break and a full week of spring break. Although I would say probably our teachers, we had more responses from teachers who indicated it was important or very important. The length of winter break, clearly there's a preference for that longer winter break of 2.5 weeks for students and 2 weeks for staff. That data was very clear. And then we asked for some preferences around spring break. So in looking at when and where to schedule spring break on a calendar, what's the most important consideration? And there isn't a clear majority here, but the largest number was a preference to align it with the Easter weekend, with the second most popular answer being to align it with Virginia Tech spring break. About 21% had no opinion or preference, and then about 20% scheduling it when the third quarter ends. So that there's not a clear majority with the spring break preference. Where there is a majority is the length of spring break. So I know in the past we've had discussions of whether or not spring break should be a full week or a few days around a weekend, but clearly the vast majority would prefer a week-long spring break, 5 student days. And then if we were able to build in a week-long spring break, did people have a preference of Monday to Friday or kind of breaking it up between 2 weeks? And again, we had a majority that prefers a Monday to Friday break. And lastly, since we did consider putting a spring break that would align near or close to Easter, we asked about what is the importance of Easter Monday? Because I think sometimes one of the challenges when you schedule it the week of before Easter is many people have become accustomed to having Easter Monday off. But again, there was a variety of responses here. So that indicated that may not be as important to as many people as we had previously thought. So that was some of the data that informed the decisions that we made in the drafts that we're going to bring before you. What I'm going to do is walk you through kind of a summary, highlight the things we put in both of these calendars. Then I'll pull it up so you can see each of them, but I think it'll probably be easier for you to understand it if I can kind of walk you through and explain kind of the key points and highlights of each of these calendars. So for draft one, if we're looking at the first semester, and I highlighted it in orange because this is different, we did put in to start school on a Tuesday, August 11th. That's different than what we did this year, which was a start on Wednesday. This would give teachers 6 built-in work days before students come back. Schools are closed on September 7th for Labor Day. That's always in our calendar. One change we did make here is that we did add in a teacher workday in September. We heard from teachers that it was a long time for them to go this year without having a workday from the start of school to October. Fall break, we changed a little bit on this calendar. Instead of having it on a Friday, we decided to align it with Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples Day, making that a teacher workday, followed by a teacher workday that ends the first quarter. And we also moved parent-teacher conferences a week later. We heard feedback from both parents as well as teachers that indicated that moving that up a little bit gives them more time for report cards to get out in the hands of parents and for them to prepare for those meetings. We left the teacher workday on Tuesday, November 3rd. We left Thanksgiving break Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. December is very similar to what it is this year, with winter break starting December 21st through January 1st. Again, making it that 2.5 weeks for students and 2 weeks for staff. So that gave us 86 days in the first semester, and the quarters are almost even. So that's the first semester. Let's move on to the second semester. We start the semester with 2 work days in January, as we've done for many years now, and we heard very firmly from our teachers that those 2 work days are important. So if we were looking to find days somewhere, the teachers came to the conclusion that that's not the place to take them from. It's very hard to come back from break and start a new semester without having adequate time to prepare and also have opportunities for professional development. By policy, our schools are always closed on Martin Luther King Day and President's Day. We did not put any work days in February. The quarter ends on March 10th. We made that a teacher work day, and that lined up nicely in helping us also have some time for students who would observe a religious holiday, Eid al-Fitr, which is observed by our Muslim students. Parent-teacher conference weeks follows, and then we did put in a 5-day spring break, which is March 29th to April 2nd. And that is the week before, that follows the week of Easter, so that Good Friday would be a school day. And what the committee decided to do was make that an early release day for families in which that might be a day that they would observe in some way. School year ends on Thursday, May 27th, before Memorial Day, so we achieved that goal. And then there is a teacher workday that is scheduled on Friday, May 28th. Graduation weekend is the previous weekend, so we were able to avoid mixing or scheduling Memorial Day and graduation the same weekend. And that gave us 43 days in quarter 3, 51 in quarter 4, and 94 days in the second semester, and we did hit our goal of 180 days. So that's kind of the highlights of that calendar. Ms. Osborne, can you go out of the slideshow and click the link for that calendar so we can actually see what it looks like? That's going to be calendar draft 1. And can you zoom in on that a little bit? So that's the layout of the calendar. If you scroll down to October, you can see where the end of the quarter falls, followed by the teacher workday and the fall break on the 12th. You can see the 3-day Thanksgiving break, When you get to December, the red days, that is our winter break. And can you scroll back up and go to the January side? Look at the second semester. Again, you can see the 2 teacher work days there. February is pretty straightforward. And then the month of March, you can see the teacher work day on the 10th, parent-teacher conference week, and then spring break is scheduled that last week into the 1st and 2nd of April. So that's a view of the calendar. Do you want me to pause for questions on this calendar? Or do you want me to go on and present the second calendar that we created and then answer questions?
I would say just go ahead with the second
Okay.
calendar, and we'll save all our questions for the end.
That
Thank you,
works for
Dr.
me.
White.
So if you can go back to the presentation. I think it's the other tab on the. And you can just hit slideshow. Thank you. All right, so we also came up with an alternative second calendar, and it's a few changes on here. So let me just highlight the first semester. The only things that are different in the first semester is fall break we shortened. So it is just one day. There's no teacher work day. So we left a day off for everybody, a holiday, on Monday, October 12th. The biggest change we made in this calendar, which is something new, I don't know if this has ever been brought forward before, is we proposed a full week for Thanksgiving break. And there was a rationale here, and it is related to students. In looking at our attendance data from the last 3 years, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving is the day that we have more student absences and probably more staff absences than any other day in the school year. This year, we had over 1,200 students out the day before Thanksgiving. Previous year, it was similar. The year before that, it was like 1,350. So we are chronically absent as a school division on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. So knowing that these are 2 days where we have so many students and staff out of the building, I thought, well, maybe it would make sense to schedule a break. And we were able to do that by reducing the fall break, and then we found another day in the calendar. So that's the big significant change. Again, kind of a new idea. Now that we're being assessed, as each school's being assessed with their chronic absenteeism, we thought this might be a way to help mitigate that. So that was kind of the rationale behind it. It also lines up with Virginia Tech and Radford have that week off as well, Radford University. That's the most significant change, so I'm not going to go through the other items because they're more or less the same as what's in the previous calendar. The other changes, if we go to the second semester, again, January and February are identical. March, we still leave in that teacher workday on March 10th. What we did a little bit differently here was to move spring break before Easter. So the week before Easter, so that it includes Good Friday. And that was just adjusting it a little bit. And then we did have to add a day at the end of the year. So instead of ending school on Thursday with the teacher workday on Friday, we're ending school on Friday with the teacher workday following Memorial Day weekend. And that helped us get the 180 days. And again, Ms. Osborne, if you can pull up the draft. Oh, before you do that, I'm sorry. I do want to point out, here's some of that attendance data we looked at, and that was just for this year. But generally, we have about a 94%, 95% attendance rate. That's our attendance for the first semester. You can see how much it drops on November 24th and especially on November 25th. And then look at the student checkouts. Over 400 student checkouts on November 25th. So we have lots of students who are not in school the Monday and especially the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. So again, I just wanted to give you some context on why we proposed that idea. Okay, can you click on the link and pull up this calendar so they can see it now? All right, so that is draft 2. Again, everything in green are teacher work days. Everything in red would be holidays. So if you scroll down to October, you'll see that there's just the one day for the fall break. The 9th is a school day. That just marks the end of the quarter. If you scroll down to November, you can see the 5 red days there for Thanksgiving. Winter break is the same. And then the other difference in this calendar is moving spring break the week preceding Easter. And Friday, and school ending on a Friday rather than a Thursday. So those were the drafts we came up with. It involved lots of discussion and sharing of ideas, so I'm happy to answer questions.
Ms. Franklin?
So I had asked, because on Election Day, speaking with several teachers, they would like to have that as a off day, for a couple of reasons. One, so it was easier for them to participate in things they wanted to do related to Election Day, and that it also was a challenge for them to have to find daycare for their students too on that day. And in my opinion, it should be a national holiday, but anyway, so I wondered if that was posed at all.
We have talked in the past about the idea of moving fall break to align with Election Day, like having that Monday, Tuesday off as part of fall break. I think the feedback, from the majority of the committee is that people are feeling a need for a fall break earlier than that.
Okay, thank you.
It's come up as an idea that's been discussed, but it wasn't put forward by the committee saying, yes, we think we should do this. We've talked about where fall break should fall, and I feel like at some point the idea has come up, we could align it with Election Day.
Okay, I get it.
Mr. Roberts, any comments, questions?
No comments. Appreciate your hard work.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, I appreciate taking all of the board's comments previously and considering them and working on this calendar to get it together. I have one question because it made sense to me, the argument about on the first calendar, the parent-teacher conferences having a week after or having a longer period of time after the reporting period. And I was wondering why that wasn't carried through to the March calendar, or the March reporting period where the parent-teacher conferences are the week after the reporting period, just out of inquisitive.
No, and we did talk about that. The sentiment that was expressed from particularly the staff and even some of the parents weighed in on this is that first semester is kind of a critical. Those parent-teacher conferences are often more critical because for many parents and teachers, that's kind of the first extensive point of contact, the first meeting, and teachers are still. They're getting to know their students, but they felt like that was more critical. And so more preparation they thought would be valuable for those conferences. By the second semester, they feel like they know their students better. We often don't have as many parents that participate in the spring, so they didn't feel like there was as much planning that went into those conferences.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that was considered. And then these two calendars, I'm assuming, can merge left and right. With the committee, was there any preference on that Easter or that spring break being before or after Easter? Because it's presented both ways in the two different calendars.
The committee expressed a preference for, and again, it was somewhat based on the survey data, although that I will note it was not a majority that said they would prefer it to align with Easter break, but that was kind of the sentiment of the committee. Also, the timing, feeling that, if we had looked at aligning it with Virginia Tech, that was too early in the year at the beginning of March. I think particularly in light of, if you look at this year and last year, the number of days of school we've been out in January and February, coming into March, it doesn't feel like it's an appropriate time for another long break, kind of catch our momentum again and get back into a routine so that, by the end of March, early April, that seems like a more opportune time for a break. They didn't have a preference, and again, with both of these calendars, the committee felt they would stand behind each one, so it's not that, draft 1 is our first priority and draft 2 is our second. We felt good about both of them. So I think it was just the idea of let's put 2 different options in front of the school board.
Right. Yeah, and this year timing works out and whatnot. Of course, as we move forward, Easter can fall from the March 22nd to April 25th, and having a week-long break at the end of April is not ideal for SOL prep and whatnot. So aligning to the Gregorian calendar rather than the lunar calendar, as I stated last year, would be nice.
Dr. Gitry.
Can we come back to me? I'd like to hear from my fellow board members to the left.
Ms. Parton. Ms. Bond.
Well, I don't have any questions. I mean, and I don't hate either one. I am glad that the survey showed that our community does want the spring break around Easter, and that's kind of what I've said. And a fellow board member did encourage me to make that. My stance is that if I feel like my community wants that Easter break, even though everybody may not agree with me, I do feel like that's what my community would like to see, is spring break around Easter. And it did show in the survey. So either one of the calendars shows that. And if we're showing that we have such an absenteeism before Thanksgiving, I can support that. Plus, that aligns with the college break. So that's an opportunity to kind of get both of the wants. One is revolved around our colleges, and the other one can be revolved around Easter. So whether it's before Easter or after Easter, the only thing I think about after Easter, it's another week that might be nicer weather, because I know in the past when we have done spring breaks, the weather was terrible. So, that's about the only comments that I have. Everything else, as long as we're getting in 180 days, I'm okay with.
Dr. Gitry?
Okay, so I know who she's talking about. It would be me. I appreciate the survey. There's not, it's divided over spring break. I mean, there is, in this particular survey, a slight preference for the alignment with Easter, but last year, 56% wanted to have it aligned with Virginia Tech. I looked at that data again, but last year that was just, that was ignored. A couple of things. First, I just want to say that when we talk about Easter, there are 2 different calendars, and we're talking about Protestant and Catholic Easter, and we're completely ignoring. So this isn't on you, but there are Orthodox Christians who attend MCPS, so we should be mindful of that when we're talking about Easter. Mm-hmm. And so it gets under my skin when we're talking about it as though there's only one Easter, but there are actually 2, and that one is in early May. But I just have to say that for that community. One of the questions I had is, we know that there are a lot of snow days, So one of the things that's curious to me is why, because I know that this is an issue. We just got an email that with all these snow days, it makes it very difficult for our teachers, particularly our AP teachers. So why is the fourth quarter 52 days and only 43 days for quarter 3? So why not build a longer quarter 3 where you know that you're gonna, can you help me to understand why we don't build in more of a buffer in quarter 3 and end the quarter slightly later to accommodate those snow days? Because there's a significant difference. There's a 9-day difference between the length of the 3rd and 4th quarter.
We could extend it. With the 4th quarter, we lose a lot of instructional time with our end-of-year testing.
Okay. So we lose 9 days?
Between MAP testing that we do in April and then SOL and end of course test, I mean, there's significant time for testing.
Right, right. So I know there's time for testing. I'm cognizant of the pressure put on our schedule for the Q3 with so many snow days where it's difficult for teachers to cover all the content. I don't know if there's any way to address that. So I understand that you need those extra days for testing, but I don't know if there's a way to address that with the calendar.
Well, and I would keep in mind, while the end of the quarter does mark the conclusion of a grading period, it's not the conclusion of a course. So there's nothing that means that content that may not have been covered can't carry over and be covered in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
If it was the conclusion of a course, I think that would be more problematic.
Okay, because that was one of the arguments that I had heard before, not necessarily from you, of not aligning the spring break with the end of the quarter, was that was a natural break and it would be too disruptive to have that break around the end of the quarter. But from what you're telling me now is that there's actually a lot of continuity between Q3 and Q4, so it's not as onerous to have that alignment.
The idea of wanting to end a break, end a quarter before a break is that when you end a quarter in a marking period, there is some finality in students having to turn in work and have their grades completed. And if that's disrupted by a break, and then they have to come back and finish up work and assignments that are due for the purpose of ending the grading period, sometimes that can put a burden or create stress for students. It's cleaner for the students in terms of tying up their grades, not necessarily tying up the content.
Okay. Thank you. So I just have to advocate. I know that the survey is slight majority now to align it with the Protestant Catholic Easter. I do know that that is a difficult month for Virginia Tech employees, and I know you could say there's a conflict of interest for me because I work for Virginia Tech, but I think the majority of people on the board have some connection or with family or through history. I think that one of the proposals that was made was to alternate, so 1 year have it aligned with Easter break and another with Virginia Tech, so that there is a compromise. To me, I mean, that's what I would advocate for, because it is difficult I know for a number of Virginia Tech employees to have that month so disruptive in the way it is. But I know that I'm in the minority here. But for me, I think that's a reasonable compromise, is to alternate to alleviate some of that burden in our community. I think we need to be mindful of that.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, sure. Just one item for future calendars. So this calendar, it works out great. Memorial Day is on the 31st of May, the latest that it can possibly be. But Memorial Day can also be all the way in the 25th. So I would encourage us to set June 1st as the date, not Memorial Day, that we're trying to work towards ending before moving forward. Again, aligning with something that is set rather than something that's a moving target, due to the fact that that's a week of school that we have to shift depending on when Memorial Day falls. 180 days was relatively simpler to get to than if Memorial Day was on the 25th this year, because of it falling so late. But I think we really need to start communicating end by June, not end by Memorial Day.
Can I make a quick comment?
Please, Dr. Gimple.
One of the things that I just want you to be cognizant of is that I know that a number of superintendents and a number of calendar committees across the state are really keeping in mind your performance categories and how our schools are rated now. Remember the distinguished, on track, off track, or needs intensive support, because 10% for elementary and middle school is tied directly to attendance. And so anything you can do within a calendar. Now, this was not the case even 2 years ago, right? But we've worked so hard. I know all schools in this division have worked so hard to improve attendance. And now that it's a 10% factor in the ratings of these schools, I just want you to keep that in mind as you make your decision.
And can I add something to that point? You know, we did look at some attendance data, and, you know, we do tend to see trends where there are short weeks. There tends to be higher absenteeism on early release days. I mean, for example, this year, the third highest day for student absenteeism was March 24th, the early release day for Virginia Tech. Now, I realize, you know, by necessity, sometimes we have to have that early release to accommodate buses. But also the early release day before winter break, which we did not put in this calendar, that was the fourth highest day for student absenteeism. So those are just some of the trends we've seen in looking at when there are high numbers of students who are absent.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I think, has everyone spoken at this point? So that's a really good point about absences. I know that there are Virginia Tech faculty who pull their students, their children out of school during Virginia Tech's spring break. Do you have figures on absenteeism over the period of Virginia Tech's break? Is it notable?
So last year, the top 10 days were, none of them fell in March. Now, March 7th, that was probably the 12th highest day, but that was the only day in March that kind of fell in that range of high absences.
So over the course of that would have been maintained over the course of the week. Or
That was-
is it possible to get the?
Last year we were aligned, weren't we?
Okay, so I guess it would be 2 years ago. Thank you for that clarification. The 2 weeks ago when we were not aligned.
So the school year 23-24,
Yeah.
March 8th, that was a high day. That was probably the 10th highest day in the year, March 8th.
And how about for the rest of that week?
The other days aren't on this list. Oh, March 5th is maybe, that's at the bottom of the list, so what is that? About the 20th highest.
Okay.
So
And what year were you looking at?
23-24.
I'd be curious to know what the absentee is spread out across that week when there's from the misalignment. That would be important to know if we're looking at absenteeism.
If we're going to look at that week, let's also, when we look at that, compare it to any other days that may have the same percentage of absenteeism. So it doesn't appear that just those days are higher when there are other days in the year that may be just as high.
I can share a list with the board of, the 20 most absent days for students from the last 3 years. I mean, including this year, obviously, we only have a little over half the year in there, but you can see that I can give you the days and the numbers. So you can see what was the most missed day, which right now is the day before Thanksgiving, and how many students were out that day.
Can we get it across that week? I would just be interested in that data as well, cumulative. Also, so just to make sure I understand, so we're dropping Virginia Tech's fall break alignment there. Is that correct? Because usually it's like usually the third week in October. I noticed that fall break is a different day of the week.
I don't think it aligns with Tech's fall break, but we aligned it with. We aligned it partly because of where it fell at it lined up nicely with where we wanted to end the first quarter.
Yeah.
It lines up with Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples Day, which is a federal holiday. So again, that is a holiday that some families have off.
Yeah.
So that was a little different because in the past 2 years, we've done fall break on a Thursday, Friday, or yes, a Thursday, Friday, with Thursday being a work day, Friday being the break for everybody.
Yeah. So if we do pass one of these calendars, I imagine there won't be a request coming back, because I know in the past we've done half-day because parking lots are used for the football game. We won't get that request this year, right?
I don't think so. I've
Okay.
not seen that there's a Thursday night game this year or a Friday night game, or has that not come out yet?
I haven't looked at the schedule, but I know that's one of the reasons for the alignment before with the fall break was that they had that football game and MCPS school parking lots were used for.
2 years ago, we tried to align it with that, and we just happened to choose the right Thursday, Friday, because it was actually published after the calendar was approved. And last year, it came out after we had approved the calendar.
I don't think they've released their football schedule yet, as far as I know. And Dr. Gimple, for context, when crowds come to Blacksburg, it kind of makes roads not navigable. We had to have a half day last year to accommodate for the Metallica concert. So, you know.
And that year, that ended up being the fifth most missed day of school.
So, Dr. Widener, is there any other clarification that you need from us regarding the request for more information or?
I will bring more information forward about the most missed days of the school year with numbers. I can give that to the board for the current school year and the 2 previous school years. Am I getting a direction from the board to come up with any alternative calendars? I heard Ms. Franklin mention concerning Election Day for fall break, a possible spring break alternative aligned with Virginia Tech. Is there a request from the board for any alternatives to the 2 proposals that are out there?
No, I had some more comments.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Franklin.
Yeah, me too.
Go ahead.
Oh. I don't know. You can go ahead.
I do like the idea of, if it works, to have Thanksgiving, it's a crazy amount of students to be out. So when I first looked at it, I'm like, a whole week for Thanksgiving, but attendance makes sense. I also have a question about Good Friday being early release, because they're not going to come to school, okay? I like the spring break being later in March, if not in April, because I've always thought in March that was too soon. Again, the weather can be really bad, and even though there are a lot of people who work at Virginia Tech, not all of them get spring break off, and they have the same issues that the rest of the parents have too. So they still have to go to work. And from what you're saying, it's not showing any high absenteeism during that spring break. Those, one more. And I agree with the Memorial Day situation, because it will change. And I don't want us trying to have school be out the middle of May. I actually think where we're getting out now, or at least with the graduations, that it's very early. School is just, we used to go to school in June. Not a big deal. So those are my comments.
And I would just clarify that the Memorial Day goal is just it's been a goal. It's not a rigid parameter. We always have known, and in past years this has happened. When it falls early, we're going to be coming back after Memorial Day weekend. It just happened to line up perfectly this year.
Okay. And I know with graduation, it became an issue because folks plan vacation time around Memorial Day or whatever time, and then when it gets tied with graduation, we got a lot of people who weren't happy with that. So.
just to clarify, there is a game, a home game, October 2nd, that Friday against Pitt here in Blacksburg.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest move up that teacher workday. You're not unmuted.
I believe we have a high absentee of teachers that day too. So if it's early release, that's what we're talking, right? Because it's usually just an early release day, not a whole day.
Yeah, a lot of times it's early release, but I mean, we have a teacher workday the next week. We can
Yeah.
move it up and have a shortened teacher workday. That way, because half days are also a problem with students just not going to school on the half days either, or the early release days.
Okay.
Reducing early release days is also beneficial for our absentee rate.
If it's a half day that you're removing and not a whole teacher's workday, because you're saying move the 9th to the 2nd and make the workday the 2nd,
Correct.
and I'm questioning it needs to be an early release day because our teachers go to the games too.
I always thought that the reason for the early release and whatnot was just so that people that are in the schools around Virginia Tech can get out of traffic before it starts. But
Right. But
And the buses.
if you're in a car going through Blacksburg on those days too, it's not as smooth either. So, no, I don't agree with that.
The other thing is that teacher workday is placed on the 9th because it follows the end of the quarter. And the idea is that it gives teachers time to finalize their grades.
I think Ms. Bond shouted out just a moment ago, we can also move fall break to that Friday, October 2nd.
I mean, I understand it wouldn't give the Friday and the Monday and the long weekend, but it would be 2 Fridays that would extend 2 weekends. So it's just a different kind of trade-off.
Can I make a
Please do.
request? I know you're looking for a direction. I'd like to see a little bit more data, not only about that week, but also, is there a way to determine if we're going to have high absenteeism if we go forward with not having that day be a half day or whatever? Or what's the absenteeism look on that half day when there's a football game? If we're really trying to reduce absenteeism.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, how many students were out, but right now, this year, October 24th was an early release day for the Virginia Tech football game. And that right now is our 3rd highest day of student absenteeism.
It's because everybody's tailgating.
Yeah. And
And last year, when we had the early release day on the Metallica concert, May 7th, that was the 5th highest day of student absenteeism.
So it probably does make sense to just have 2 long weekends in a row based on these trends, rather than an early release on October 2nd that may have very high absenteeism and a long weekend the following week.
unless we want to move the teacher workday to Monday. And then you get the 4-day long weekend.
Does it make sense to have the teacher workday before the end of the marking period, or does that kind of make things weird?
It's not ideal, but at least it would be falling within that last week. Now, keep in mind, and again, we've got two different calendars here. With, Tosh, can you pull up calendar draft 2, just to look at that fall break? So you notice on this calendar, we only put in 1 day for fall break because we had to make up the 2 days we were taking away for Thanksgiving. So if the Thanksgiving break week, the full week is going to be looked at as an option, and we want to move fall break to Friday, October 2nd, it can just be that's all it is. And there is no teacher workday in that calendar in October. So on that calendar, if your preference is keeping a calendar with the full week at Thanksgiving break, we would have to move that 12th as fall break to Friday the 2nd to accommodate what you're suggesting.
I think that takes care of it if we use that fall calendar.
And, you know, we're not making any decisions tonight, but I think just based on comments that I heard, kind of leaning into those trends and not hurting ourselves with kind of knowing we're going to have high absenteeism, I think, I don't know. I'll say as one board member, it does make a lot of sense. And I'll say as an educator, I one day came into class and had 2 people and I don't hold class on that day anymore. They can do online assignments because it was not useful for any of us.
So I wanted to circle back around to the November 3rd teacher workday. So the discussions there, it wasn't clear to me during the discussions. So the election day is a day off for students. Is it needed for us to have a teacher workday there, or can we just have that be a day off for teachers as well, so that they're not having to navigate the election commotion that's at our schools because our schools are polling places?
We would have to have, I think, some staff in our buildings because the buildings are open and being used by the public. But I don't know that we could make it a holiday for all staff.
Okay.
Board members, are there any other questions or comments? Dr. Campbell?
Can I just say that was an awesome presentation. And for you to be able to pull out numbers like that, Dr. Wiedner, I've not ever heard a calendar committee presentation quite like that.
Thank you.
So thank you for your hard work on that and the work of your committee and putting this together. That was awesome.
Well, again, I want to commend and recognize the work of the committee, because this was a committee that worked very well together, had lots of ideas, listened to each other, and I felt like they were very, very thoughtful and engaging in the work that they did.
Thank you so much, Dr. Widener.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, moving on, we amended our agenda at the start of our meeting to include a discussion about the board retreat at this time. So, board members, who would like to start?
Okay, so we were told the dates would be February 27th and 28th. And we haven't had any discussion about what the agenda would be, what we want to accomplish, what times we would start, where we might want to have it. What are we doing?
I believe that Tosh sent out an email and a survey regarding feedback from board members. And the first email was general, just to gather some information. The second was the survey based on information that had been shared. That's where we identified the last Friday and Saturday as the time that was most free for everyone. However, imperfect. The most feedback that I had from members was that some kind of governance training was the preferred way to spend our time. I reached out to VSBA for an estimate, and they were not, or Tosh reached out to VSBA for an estimate. They were not available at that time. Dr. Wayne Harris is available to do governance training that day. So the Saturday, the 28th, would be a full day of governance training. The 27th is kind of, I really can't be available before 4 p.m., 3:30 at the very earliest on the Friday. So do you want to do something that evening, or do we just keep it the Saturday? I think we have an amazing opportunity to just have time with Dr. Gimple very early in his tenure, which I think is quite powerful and good for team building. However, if it's based on my own availability, and I think availability of others, like late afternoon, early evening is kind of the earliest we can get together. If that doesn't seem like a good use of that evening, we keep it to one day and maybe do other things at another time.
Let's keep it to one day. No offense.
Okay, so.
Get it done.
Okay, so I agree. If one day is what we can get at this point, sooner the better. But we've been down this road before with calling one day a retreat, because it doesn't do the work that we need to do with one day. So if that's the way it's gonna be, then we need to say we're gonna have a special meeting or whatever, and then look at other days to do a retreat that's more than just one day. We did that for several years, and it was, board members who didn't understand the importance of spending that time, which, folks, I'm not one of those people who wants to spend time with people. So for me to say, yeah, we need to do more than that, it's big. And when we did go back to that 2 days or a day and a half, board members were like, yes, this is better. This is a retreat, not just one day of having whatever we're going to do.
Are there other suggestions for how to potentially spend the 27th? Or Ms. Franklin, if I'm understanding right, do you feel as if we did just have later on the 27th, that is also not enough time?
It would depend on what you want to accomplish. What do we want to accomplish on that day at those hours? Because I think everyone's pretty much kind of done with the day at that point. If it's some kind of fun, some kind of team building exercise or time that we can figure out something to do to help us, get to know each other. I'm just not that touchy-feely, okay? So it's just hard for me to even talk about it. But I do understand the importance of it.
Friendship bracelets?
If you can.
Now, I did ask the division if there were things that they wanted to put on an agenda for us at this time, and it seemed, kind of talking through several ideas, all of those made more sense for regularly scheduled meetings and not for the retreat. So, I mean, other things we could do are some kind of dinner and team building. Dr. Gimple mentioned both some Robert's Rules training or some FOIA training, so maybe an hour or so of that in the evening as well as dinner, and then governance training for most of the day on Saturday.
Well, I'll just put in my 2 cents. If we do that Friday and Saturday, it would have to be a dinner and a Saturday for me. And if we're going to have a 2-day retreat, which I'm all about, and I think that's great too, I can't do both. We've already had a weeks of snow missing, and I can't. I mean, Saturdays are a big day for me, and so are Fridays. So that's a huge ask for me to take those days off. So, with no pay, because we make nothing. So even with a little extra, we still make nothing. But so that would be my request. If we're going to keep it at doing an early get-together work day, have fun evening, whatever we want to call it, then I would be up for a Friday evening, something or another, meet and greet, whatever, dinner, and then a little something, and then have Saturday as a work day. But if we're thinking about doing a full retreat, then I would be in suggestion of putting this one off until we decide to do that and not do 2. Just my thoughts.
Not do 2 what? Sorry, I missed.
Like 2 retreats, because if we do this one, for me, taking off a Saturday or, and then say in a month and a half having to take off a Friday and a Saturday, it's tough for me to do.
Okay, yeah, but like if it was 6 months later, we had a second,
Right.
2 retreats a year, that would be okay.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do
But not
one.
back to back.
I'm not going to do one back to back.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
I got you, I
And,
got you.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you for the clarity.
So I'll just, I mean, I'm sorry, I know people want to go home. I rearranged my schedule on the 27th because I thought that I needed to be available for a retreat during the day. So there was a doctor's appointment that was rescheduled. So I'm not in the great frame of mind at the moment. I am not in favor of spending an entire Saturday doing governance training. That's just my 2 cents. I think that there are things that we should discuss that are difficult to discuss when we have a lot of things on our agenda in a normal meeting. I'd like for us, if we're going to have a retreat, to have conversations about issues that require more conversation. But I'm with you. That's difficult to schedule. So the idea of having one day and then turning around and then having a full retreat would be difficult. So I would say either do it the 27th, 28th, or put it off for another time. Yeah.
I was not suggesting that we do one day and then turn around and do it again. I was suggesting later on we do it. That wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, and I would suggest that there are other things that need to be discussed, and I understand that as well. We were talking about ending mid-afternoon, kind of on the Saturday. We could extend a couple hours so that we can do some of those other discussions as well. We just need to put together an agenda as to what those things would be. But I think we do need some general governance training refreshers. Those items are good to go through on a periodic basis.
Mr. Roberts, thoughts?
Keep it cheap.
Ms. Parton?
So,
Ms. Parton, you had asked for governance training.
So I did, because usually that has always been a portion of our of our retreat, and seeing as how we do have a new board member, and, you know, I feel like things change so much, and it doesn't hurt any of us to get a refresher on things.
Blame that on me.
There's a lot to know. I'm not blaming that on you. I'm just, that's right. But I will say that I think, and my apologies for assuming, but I think I was under the assumption when those dates were put out, they were going to be like every other retreat that we have done, and we would start Friday at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, and we would have Friday afternoon, Friday evening, and then go into Saturday. I didn't know people had conflicts with that date. I thought we need to try to find dates far enough in advance where people could get it on their calendar where there isn't a conflict. We've got a whole lot going on right now with the budget and meetings. I was just a little surprised why we weren't having it. We tend to have those more towards the spring. So I was a little surprised to see that we were having one this early. I didn't know if there was a reason why we were having it this early, but usually we have those in either March or April when we're kind of over the budget and we have a little bit more, you know, breathing room and a little bit more extra time in schedules. But, you know, whatever dates work, I can certainly work around the will of the board. I just was surprised we were having one this early this time.
There were several items in Dr. Gimple's contract that required us to kind of make some decisions by April 1. So I kind of thought that kind of works into the governance training to deal with those. When I asked people to suggest dates, Ms. Bond was most specific, and she suggested, or she said that her availability was the weekend of the 20th and the 21st of February, the 27th and the 28th of February, and then a weekend in April that was like maybe the 17th and 18th. So those were the dates that went out in the survey. And Ms. Parton, you had a conflict.
I don't remember seeing any April dates. I saw 2 Februaries and 1 March. I don't remember seeing April.
Maybe there
don't
was
think.
the first weekend.
Because it was the first, they were
So,
like 3 weeks
sorry.
back to back, yeah.
So it was those 2 weekends in, I am working from memory here, so I apologize.
Oh, that's okay.
I do not have everything in front of me. So it was those 2 last weekends in February, maybe that first weekend in March, the 6th and 7th, and then the April date, and I probably dropped the April date because of the April 1 deadline that we have per Dr. Gimple's contract. It also just provides us some time to spend with him early on.
Okay, thank you, Chair Purcell. I wasn't aware that the dates were earlier due to that, but now that you say that, that makes total sense, so thank you for that.
So, because I had surgery, and that was about 2 or 3 days out, and that particular day when that email came out, nobody got a phone call answered, nobody got an email read, and I totally missed it. So I did rearrange my schedule on the 27th for this, and I think the earlier we do this, the better. But usually, there's a reminder, you know, check your email. There's concerning retreat dates or whatever, and I didn't get any reminders or anything that I had missed anything until it was said, okay, these are the dates. So I'm working with what was put out there after the fact.
And I apologize for that, Ms. Franklin. I think I just looked at the spreadsheet that was collecting things, and it had comments from you, and I assumed that all of the dates, I think that was from the first email that Tosh sent out, and I interpreted that to mean that the dates from the survey worked for you, and I apologize for that misunderstanding.
Only comments that I remember making were not at Mountain Lake and possibly someplace local here in Montgomery County. Let's be honest, we haven't really had governance training. What we had last year, quite frankly, was a mess. So I believe spending some time with that would be beneficial. So
So my understanding is we could do the 27th starting at 3:30? Or, or, and then 3:30, we can decide half an hour. Can we have permission to decide half an hour?
3:30 works better for me.
Okay, 3:30.
I will.
I mean,
I think, we have an email from Tosh, how Dr. Harris planned to spend the Saturday.
Can I make two requests? One is, I think one of the reasons we're doing it earlier is so that we can come up with some agreement with our new superintendent before April 1st. So should we focus on that on Friday as part of getting to know our superintendent and talking through some of the issues, communication and expectations? I'm not opposed to governance training. It's that I would like to see it balanced with us being able to talk about other issues.
I believe the communication was part of the governance training plan that Dr. Harris had for us, so I kind of maybe thought that that would be part of it, but I have asked for suggestions from the board and from the division for other ideas. And everything that you see is based on the feedback that I got. So if you have other agenda items, please share them.
I believe he's really flexible, from what I understand too. He has called and spoke with me about it and said, anything that you learn from the board that they might want me to cover, he has, the guy's got an unbelievable amount of experience, and he's coming to help. And so I think he would be open to adjusting, whatever he's planning on going over to meet the needs of the board as you guys see fit.
So, I mean, if we were wanting to meet on Fridays, one thing that we do need to take care of is a strategic plan update and evaluation and planning for our next strategic plan, which we need to start in 2027. Sorry, needs to start this year for 2027. Right.
That was something that I had on my list, and Dr. Widener and I had spoken, and she thought that that was more appropriate for a public meeting than to have it during our retreat.
Yeah.
But if it's the will of the board to have it at the retreat rather than a public meeting, then that is something we could do.
The retreat is a public meeting.
It is a public meeting that the public can attend. It's not quite the same as this one.
Just tell me where to be and when, and I'll be there.
So I mean,
I
I'm
feel
just
like, I
looking
feel
at-
like this is clear as mud, so I don't even.
trying to get us somewhere with it, but yeah, I agree. Just some other items that were on the topics list. A lot of these were from Ms. Purcell. Capital improvement plan, deep dive with the board and superintendent. Completing revisions of norms and protocols. Board relations training, communication training. Some of that's going to be in our government activities. Board governance training. Of course, that's going to be in the governance training because that's what it is. Strategic plan update and evaluation. I already reviewed that. A deep dive into achievement gaps with the superintendent and staff. A deep dive. Yeah.
I think from hearing everything, I think we can populate a worthwhile training on Friday based on everything you've said. Tosh has a list of all the suggestions that she's been keeping as we've been talking here. And we can get to the Highlander Hotel for Friday. And so I think we could populate that to make it a very worthwhile. I think there's enough on the agenda now that that'll be, if everybody's willing to do. And I realize it may have to start a little later, or we can decide on the time, but we can definitely make that a worthwhile experience Friday. And then, Dr. Harris comes on Saturday.
Yeah, and if y'all have any good teacher personal development team building exercises that y'all have done, feel free to suggest. You said that we need them.
That
You don't
still
want
doesn't
them.
mean I like them.
You don't want
okay?
them, but we the introverts are outnumbered these days. I'm one of them, remember?
So as far as topics, I know that I could fill out the survey. One of the things that I was interested in is, but one of the reasons I wanted to have a conversation for a board is I didn't want to just insert myself. I wanted to know if other people were interested as well. And that is how we're handling discipline cases, because we're seeing a lot of them, and we're doing the full board is meeting for every one of those cases, and we're having them at almost every meeting. So we've been here since 5 p.m. or 5:30 for meetings, and that's one of the things that I would like to talk about, how we're handling the discipline cases. But I didn't know if other board members would like to discuss that as well. If there are other board members who'd like to, then I'd like to see that on that was one of my ideas for an agenda item.
I agree 100% because I think it's not so much about having them. I think we're doing too much of a deep dive into, and they're lasting longer and longer and longer. When years ago, I think Ms. Franklin can attest to the fact that they didn't take as long. Sometimes we would do many more in an evening than what we're doing now, because we're getting too much, in my opinion, and my opinion only, to asking questions in the weeds of things that really aren't what we're there for in our discipline. And I know it's great to know, and that helps build how we assume what's happening. But I think taking an hour is more than what we should be doing. So in that conversation, I would like for us to come to an agreement on what avenues we need to take in our discipline cases, and how maybe we need to find out the information beforehand if we need to, or something like that.
So the way that I'm seeing that we're seeing more cases is, one, there's a 10-day turnaround that wasn't there in the past, and that there needs to be more intervention going on before we see some of these students. When we're seeing multiple over years, something's not happening, and now you're putting students in front of us when things have gotten to an extreme situation. Also, a lot of the vaping is an issue, and there needs to be something done at the state to start helping to regulate how that's affecting our school system. So there's several things that are happening that we're seeing more and more cases in front of us.
So, Ms. Franklin, would you be in favor of having a conversation? Because I'm just talking about the agenda, if there's other board members who'd like to have that conversation.
So that's great, because I would like to have more conversation about that. But again, I think some of the work has to go back into the buildings. What I don't want to see is, as I've expressed my concerns throughout the years, is an agenda that's this long, and we really only have time for this much work to be done, because there's usually a lot of discussion. So I don't want us to put, again, an unrealistic agenda together, and then we realize, wow, we only got to this, and we still need to have those conversations about the other things.
So Tosh and I will take all the suggestions we've heard. I'll put it together into almost a survey of each of you. You choose you rank them in order, and we can proceed like that. And if it pleases the board, I can do some research on disciplinary hearings from some other divisions. I have some knowledge of at least 4 of them that I've sat in other divisions with a format for the way disciplinary hearings take place, and I can provide that to the board during that retreat.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Gimple. All right. Are there any other comments, questions, concerns about the retreat? I don't even know. Okay. Is it 3:30 or is it earlier or later? I mean, I guess it's the will of the board. I'll figure it out. If 3:30 is what works for Ms. Bond, then. We'll say 2. It's usually 1. That's not. Four o'clock. 4 o'clock. All right. Maybe have some sort. I would.
Don't worry about that tonight. We've got the day, we've got the time, okay?
And I will share that the Highlander and the Highlander and Cross Point were equal in cost, and other things were more expensive, so we didn't consider them. But the only room at Cross Point was the same room where we had been before.
Right, which is where we've done retreats, in that room before.
Right. So
very comfortable.
We went with the Highlander because I thought I had understood that the Cross Point room was imperfect last time, or that the Highlander was preferred, but
It was
they cost the same.
Interviews,
so that was
it was not good.
Moving on. Are there any items of unfinished business? Are there any items of new business? Are there any announcements?
Sorry, in new business.
Sorry, Dr. Roundtree, didn't mean to go too fast.
Just sorry, I was looking at my notes.
10:49,
too.
and I'm sorry, Ms. Bond. I try.
From what we were talking about earlier with the costs of Christiansburg High School, if the rest of the board would like, I'd like to see an itemized list of change orders since May 1st, 2025. They can just be sent to us. I think my understanding was that all change orders had to be signed, so there should be a record of them. Everybody, okay. That was my only thing on new business. I had an announcement, but.
I think there's consensus on that. Are there any other items of new business? Are there any announcements?
I was just wondering with the forensic science class, and I'll look into it later, if they take a trip to University of Tennessee's forensic exterior lab or the body farm.
The body
That's
farm.
out there. And if so, can I see about supervising the trip?
It's gross.
Nice.
Well, I will just say, Dr. Gimple, thank you so much for everything that you did to be here tonight and for leading our first meeting of your tenure. We're just so excited to have you here.
And this is early for me for board meetings, so great job.
You shouldn't have said that. Don't. We're not starting that. You'll be here.
And I'll also say, despite our disagreements, the thing that this board shares is that we do really care about kids and we do really care about public education. And that's something that makes me very proud of the work that we do together. So I thank you all for that as well.
I've never disagreed with anyone on this board.
All right. Hearing no other comments, concerns, I adjourn this meeting at 10:52 p.m.